Okay, guys, here we go again. Anyways, happy Saturday. It's Saturday. I always got to think of the day. It's Saturday. So thank you guys for being here. I think actually I'm going to really like this live today. Um, I know that you guys all are here because you guys care about Jack and Lily's case. So make sure you guys hit that like and the share if you don't mind. And I have a 20-minute for new subs and stuff like that because I'll let them have to work for it if they want to be able to talk in here because you guys are the ones that are subbed and have the ability just to talk right away. And if you are a member, of course, you guys don't have to deal with the slow mode that's on and stuff like that. And I want to thank Jamie Doll yesterday for gifting 5 memberships to people. And I always like to think of that as like paying it forward. So if you guys do want to start that train a little bit, I'm going to start it off with gifting 5 memberships, the last 5 that are from the YouTube. And I have 5 more that I got to use before the end of tomorrow. So I'll do that right at the start of this live, to be honest with you, and do that. So Melissa's joining us today again. So hey, Melissa. And I know Charmaine is, she has a sore throat today. So give Charmaine hugs on there. I know that usually when I get a sore throat, it usually turns into, hopefully it doesn't turn into a cold for her. But I mean, she is up in cold Alberta. But anyways, hey, Melissa. Hey, everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Again, don't just make sure you guys hit that like and the share if you don't mind, for Jack and for Lily. And so in today's live, we're going to go over a couple things. We're going to go over some new details, and thanks to Brad. If you guys already know, most of you guys know who Brad Wong is. He was one of the people that, besides Justin, that said that they heard a vehicle. And so I spent some time talking with him last night, and Belinda in the wee hours of the morning. When I hit bed, I went to sleep, and then I woke up when my husband came to bed around 2, and then I was talking to Belinda and Brad each for till about 6 a.m. On and off there. And Brad gave me better estimated timeline, and I want to go through that with you guys because I want to say this. I absolutely believe Brad and Justin. I don't think that both either of the men have an ulterior motive to this at all. And it's one of those things is that I simply feel like, I know that people have pointed out the past of, Brad and stuff like that, like people do, but that had really no bearing to 2 children. So unless you're like a pedo and stuff like that, but that the backstory of Brad didn't actually interest me. I'd already looked it up and read about it, but it never really interested me. What interested me was about the fact of why would somebody come forward that necessarily doesn't like the RCMP so much, right? And for some reasons, like a lot of people probably don't. But why would this person come forward to give information, first of all, when they didn't have to, and basically, putting in the tip about hearing a vehicle during that night, if they, to me, didn't care about wanting answers for Jack and Lily, because he didn't have to, but he has children himself. And when you have children, everyone, I would think would know that if you put yourselves in somebody else's shoes, that you could never imagine your own children and this happening in your life. And just how traumatic that would be. And when it comes to children, most people, regardless, it doesn't matter who you are, unless you're just a soulless, POS, most people, when it comes to children, children are innocent. And again, when you have your own to look at and you sit there and you even think to put yourself in those shoes. So that's why he had come forward, was because of the fact that children were involved. And, obviously Daniel Martell is a neighbor. And so there was never a time that I did not believe either Justin or Brad, because it just didn't make sense why someone would insert themselves just to give false information and stuff like that. So, to me, that doesn't make sense, and that's exactly why I believe that the cameras just aren't there to show what Justin and Brad were saying. And Justin heard one time, and Brad said there was 4 trips, and we're going to get into that. But I do want to thank absolutely always Belinda Gray, always for her, the fact that she spoke to me, has been on this channel multiple times talking about Jack and Lily, keeping the awareness out, and for all the other family members that have spoken to me as well, and to Brad and Justin both for as well speaking with me. And again, to me, it's just about answers for Jack and Lily and the truth, and that's what we want here, right? Would you agree, Melissa? And thank you guys for being here.
Oh, I definitely agree. I mean, the truth needs to come out. We're almost at 7 months here in just a couple days, Let the truth come.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And so like, yeah, I for a while there, had, I felt like I was jumbled with the information, and so like I said yesterday, I was speaking with Brad because it kind of felt like I said to him, like it was like A to Z. I just felt like the information, I wasn't very clear on it, and I just wanted to be clear. And then so yeah, so he set this record straight in a sense, but in a sense, remember, these are estimated times, but it's a fact that there was 4 trips during the night that he heard. And again, the first one, actually, no, we'll get into that in a minute. And the second thing I'd like to do is go over Hunter S. True Crime video. He did a really great job on this video. A couple things that obviously a reminder is that when you're using people's content, you always got to give them credit and stuff like that. That's why whenever I'm playing somebody else's, content and stuff like that, you give them credit because they're the ones that have done the work and stuff like that. And he did a big, nice compilation of things. And, and when I was listening to it, because sometimes, after 7 months, you guys, there's a ton of information out there. And Belinda's in the house. Hey, Belinda, on there. Charmaine's in the house as well. Much love to Belinda. And then Charmaine with the sore throat over there again for round trips. No, it was round trips. Yeah. But again, it's just the sincerity of looking for answers, right? And to us, right, Melissa, the best way to try to understand a case is by all those tidbits that people share, and then you weed through what you believe is true, or what, or the person you're speaking with, and you just try to have a timeline to what makes sense of when Jack and Lily truly could have disappeared, or what happened to Jack and Lily. Now, I get it. And it's not like I'm sitting here as a PI or a RCMP officer and stuff like that. But I'm like, I like puzzles in a sense. And this case, like if you guys know or followed this channel, almost all the cases I follow are because they're strange. They're odd. And when they're odd, it bugs me. Because again, when things happen and natural, authentic, genuine people are talking about a case, meaning the actual victims, families, and stuff like that, you can feel the sense of authenticity, and just like you can feel the sense of BS when people, and this case started off as weird for me, for Malaya's interview. And then, Daniel was doing all these things and stuff like that, that you kind of were, okay, this is strange that the stepdad is, the one that's fighting, and then the mother leaves. And then it just got odder and odder, and the inconsistencies just kept growing and growing and growing, and added information. And now it's just become a lot of muddied water. But I try to myself, and same with Melissa, right, in the documents and stuff, you're just trying to put out the things, like, again, the the social media stuff that, is either by family members talking with family members, the interviews by the CBC and the Globe and Mail and the RCMP, and that's the stuff that's the key components really to trying to understand the case. And that's the whole point of why this case is what it is. It's because people, when they smell bullshit, they want answers. What happened to Jack and Lily? We're 7 months in a couple of days here. Tomorrow is November 30th. Then we're into December 1st, and December 2nd will be 7 months for Jack and Lily. So again, thank you guys all for joining us today. We're going to go over some of that, because as I was listening to Hunter as True Crime on his video today, again, it just, there's so much information out there that you forget bits and pieces until you hear it again. And I think he did a really great job on this. I only wish I had the time, because I want to say this. A video that he did like this, with a compilation of, putting things kind of together, kind of like the documents that Melissa's been working on, showing inconsistency. It's a lot of work. So that video would have took him at least a day or two, like a good couple days probably, to put all that together, if not more, right? And so again, kudos to Hunter S. True Crime, and for the job that he did, which I think is great. And I want to make something clear, because I was confused as well. Hunter S. True Crime had put out a video a few days ago, and it had Belinda's interview in it. Now, when I was listening, I was confused. I was like, wait, did Belinda do an interview with Hunter? Because it just struck me that I was thinking of Canadian Gothic, for some reason, because I was like, I can't see really Hunter. But anyways, so Canadian Gothic ended up giving him, obviously, and that's when you sent it to me, and I told you that there was a copyright claim, right? When you use people's content, you have to give them credit. But some people will copyright strike you right away. And right, you don't want copyright strikes of somebody else's work. But anyway, so Canadian Gothic is the one that did the interview with Belinda, just to be clear on that. So you can check out Canadian Gothic, and Belinda, like I said, did an interview. Now, for me personally, after listening to it, it's not anything different than what Belinda has been saying the whole entire time. But if you do, of course, want to listen to it, just go over to Canadian Gothic, there to that channel. But anyway, so that video on Hunter S. True Crime had to come down because he got a copyright claim, because he didn't mention the fact that it was, from Canadian Gothic, right? But again, if you're going to use somebody's content, you got to give them credit. And that's why me and Charmaine were pissed when people kept taking the content. And that's why I started watermarking it, because, when I work hard, or we work hard to get information, and stuff like that, and people don't give you credit for it, and you worked your ass off. Like, I've talked to a lot of different people with family members, Belinda, and like I said, Brad and Justin and stuff like that, and it's about showing the appreciation and giving credit where it's due. And so when you work your butt off to do stuff like that, and people just take your content and act like, and then don't give you credit, it's a piss off for sure. And that's why you see Ninchi doing that as well, because she's pissed off because someone took her work and basically acted like it was their own. Right. And those are just about morals. Okay. Morals. But people can copyright strike you instantly, but Canadian Gothic didn't copyright strike them. They gave him 7 days to take it down, and that's being fair. And so it ended up having to come down with that portion of Belinda's, well, the whole video comes down, to be honest with you. But those are lessons learned, and I learned those lessons myself long ago. So anyways, you guys, again, welcome. Thank you, of course, for being here. Hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily. Sorry if I'm not scrolling here yet, but I'm just going to quickly gift out 5 memberships. Okay. And let's do that right at the start. Okay, Melissa, that's what we're going to do. I remembered last night towards the end. Go ahead.
While you're gifting out the 5 memberships, a couple things I want to say. One is, Make sure you guys use your punctuation correctly, or Streamlab gets all stupid and wants to say you're posting links too. It's not an airport. No need to announce any departures. Shoot, there was something else I wanted to say and I forgot. Now I'll come back to it in a minute. Oh, yeah. When I watch YouTube creators and Sunny, oh my God, you do it too sometimes, and it's frustrating when,
Go ahead.
especially when I'm making documents. It is I I have my media links like with Jack and Lily, and then I have like social media links. And something that irritates me is a lot of people, and it goes back to using other people's content. Just say full credit to XYZ, right? Or here's the link to the full thing. That's what you do. And I love it because if I don't know who you're playing, I always know either you give full credit or you post a link generally, most times. But
Yeah.
there are so many creators that won't do that or won't give any credit at all. They'll just start playing stuff and you go into like the description of the video and I expect to see, who they played or whatever, giving credit, and they don't do it. That's why when I make documents, I always have a resource page and it tells you their YouTube or wherever, because it not only gives them credit there, but it also gives them credit when I say whose page it was and, give the link. But it's really frustrating when people use other people's content and don't give them credit because somebody else who's coming in who hasn't heard, Canadian, let's use them, the Canadian Gothic. If I didn't know it was theirs, I would have assumed it was Hunter's, right? Like you have to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah. It was absolutely. And I'm sorry, but something's catching my eye right here, and I'm going to tackle it right away. Hey, Garnetta, I'm sorry that you think that you're so damn special right now, that during a live when I got stuff to look at and other people are talking, that you're getting all pissy. So go cancel the subscription if you would like to, and then go over to the DT show and then ask him, okay? But when you're going to whine like a little baby like this, just because I haven't seen your question yet, I'm so sorry that I'm hosting a live at this point and I can't really read out your question. But when I see comments like this, that just means that you're just selfish and all you're caring about is that I should see your comment right now. And I'm so sorry that I'm hosting a live and I'm going to get to the questions and stuff later. So excuse me, okay? But feel free to cancel your subscription if that's the way that you're going to act like, because that's just acting like a little baby by sitting there going, I'm going to go cancel my subscription and put it on the, go ahead, go absolutely ahead. Actually, you know what? Let me kick you out the door and help you. Okay. If you want to talk like that throughout this live, I don't need little whiny babies in here. Okay. We need to act like adults. How about them apples? Ban and block user. I'm sorry, but that caught my eye and I was
That
just
was
like,
the
what?
Yeah,
I just,
she had posted several things. She wanted to know what slow mode was. I answered her. Marie answered her. I think Kara
well,
answered her. There were several people
no,
that answered the question.
I don't have time
That's
for it.
why I said it's not an airport. No need to announce your departure. If you're gonna leave, go ahead and leave. But
On that.
I've already
Yeah.
warned them twice to be nice in chat, because when I said something about hitting the like and share, they got mad about that. So let's just keep it
When
civil in chat,
I was
guys.
gonna say, yeah, when you're doing a live, right? And slow mode is 35 seconds. And when there's 248 people, in here, and there's a lot of people typing again, right? It's just like, hold on, chill, don't worry, okay? But when you start stomping like a little baby, as if you're the most important person in the room right now, and stuff like that over Jack and Lily, and we'll get to you, okay? We'll get to you. But now it's too late. I booted your ass, blocked you anyway. So have fun talking to DT on his show about your questions about slow mode and stuff like that. Anyways, that's Melissa. She's from American Justice, talking right now. Again, so it's when I have like up here, for instance. Hold on, if I take this down, see, it shows American Justice right there. It's when I have a comment up that it kind of just takes it away and stuff like that. I saw Kent in the house, and Kent's like, what's the new info? Well, you're just gonna have to wait, buddy, on that one. But the reason I didn't drop the memberships yet is because obviously the music goes off for 5 of them, and that would have just been over talking, like going over you talking. So I'm going to drop those right now. Okay, guys. Let's see here. Membership gifting. Send 5 now.
I don't
There we go.
come on camera much, but there, y'all seen me today.
There we go. Okay. And let's just quickly see who got those. Closer, just the facts, ma'am. Belinda Gray. Belinda got a membership. And then let's see here. Cool Scavenger and Mucky Bunny got a membership as well. So again, YouTube gives us 10 memberships a month to hand out to, the viewers of the channel and stuff like that. And so for people that don't know, well, you guys know I desert you guys all in a heartbeat especially for cheesecake, but look at you guys like my Christmas mug. Walmart special. Got one blue, one pink. $9.97. It's not Temu, Janie. Just saying. But anyways, okay. So thank you guys all for being here. Oh yeah, right. Gotta love the music. Yeah, Belinda's probably doing like some happy dance right now, like the bus, the granny bus in the chair. Anyways, yeah, bucket of KFC. But anyways, again, I'm not, you guys know, I'm not here. People are going to be ignorant and rude. I'm just going to go off. Okay. It's gonna be a bit here for a second, guys, but let's enjoy this for a second because it is the holidays, and sometimes, just if you guys can hear the Rickroll, whatever, just dancing your chairs and have a little bit of fun because we'll get serious soon enough here. Let's see who got Marie's. Marie, so True Crime Junkie dead. Amy, 007. Okay, B in Florida did from Marie Antoinette, and Care D and Blue Heron did Jalara. Remember Blue from yesterday. So thank you. You guys make sure you guys thank Marie Antoinette for those gifts on top of that, okay? And I know that the music's going to go off, and C Bounty said, have some cheesecake. I love cheesecake. Yeah, that's so sweet. Thank you guys. Again, I just like it because it pays it forward. And you guys can go watch any of the membership lives, that we have done over time and stuff like that. So, and then you guys don't have to put up with the slow mode because you can just type right away and stuff like that. Unfortunately, Garnetta there got her knickers in a bunch and stuff like that. And, just couldn't wait. And people are, like you said, were answering her, but it's really hard to do a live and try to keep up with all the comments, especially even 35 seconds, is hard because there's still constant things coming in, and it's hard just to sit there and go, oh, I'm sorry I missed your, so again, if there's really something important you want to say, or you want to alert me to, don't abuse it, but just use stop signs, or anything that's red to kind of get your question in there and stuff like that. I desert you for cheesecake. Right, Sky Bounty? I've been on about 50-50 wandering versus cover up. Now I'm at 25-75. I thought all the BS was just covering up the kids wandering much earlier than reported. Things just don't add up. They absolutely do not. Crystal has been a member for 2 months. Thank you to all the members and stuff and all the ones that got gifted memberships again. Yeah. Okay. I'll just quickly get in some hellos there. Hi, Wolfie. How are you? Hi, Kelly. Again, thank you, Maria Antoinette, for doing that. And let's just see here. And again, thank you, C Bounty, for that. Let's see here. And this is American Justice, which is Melissa that's on the panel right now. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been watching, I haven't really seen any of his lives recently. I think he's been covering a lot of other things as well, right? Because he's been a big Idaho 4 follower and stuff like that, and just some different cases. There's a lot, that are popping back up in the summer wells and stuff like that as well for a lot of content creators because I think we're getting there. Probably another one or two, I believe, and then we'll get on our way here. Okay, guys. And let's see here. Hi, my baby is on my. That's a long one. Yeah, and I'm an eggnog person too at Christmas time. He's trying to cover summer, but he's clueless. Oh, okay. There's going to be someone in the comments saying, just skip ahead to like the 30-minute mark. Miss Dog Lover. Miss Dog Lover, how you been there? Not to take away from the babies, but this is the worst moment of my life, losing my job with major illness. I'm resilient, but I don't know what to do. Oh, Miss Dog Lover. Biggest hugs.
You're awesome. Thank you. Have some cheesecake.
Oh, that's the other one. You guys, Miss Dog Lover has been like one of the longest members from the channel. I think she beats Charmaine. I'm pretty sure she beats Charmaine's 36 months. She says, not to take away from the babies, but this is the worst moment of my life, losing my job with major illness. I'm resilient, but I don't know what to do. Miss Dog Lover, biggest hugs. And all I'm going to say is this, because oh, no, it's
Thank you. Not to take away from the babies, but this is the worst moment in my life, losing my job with major illness. I'm resilient, but I don't know what to do.
So again, Miss Oliver's just been a long time of this channel. So you guys give her hugs and prayers if you could. So Miss Dog Lover does have some serious health issues going on. And on top of that, recently, yes, she did lose her job. And it, which would result because of it and stuff like that, which employers are in the wrong for doing. And that's usually why you can sue them for stuff like this, because they try to use other reasons for it. But Miss Dog Lover, all I know is that I think a lot of us in life, I call the life, it's a roller coaster ride. But I always know that things will work out the way that they're meant to work out. So biggest hugs and biggest prayers and biggest love to you. And I'm so sorry that you're going through this, because I get it. I get it, you guys. You guys all know when life throws lemons and, you're trying to make lemonade and, but yet inside it, you're full of anxiety and stress and different stuff like that goes on. But I do know this, that everything will always work out the way it's meant to. So biggest hugs to you, Miss Dog Lover, on that. And thank you guys again. So you guys, let's just give love all the way around to everybody. How about them apples, right? Jack and Lily, we're almost at 7 months. Belinda Gray's in the house. Been a warrior for Jack and Lily, and I couldn't imagine myself being put in the shoes of, all of this. And this is including all the people, the family members, the people that have come forward that, have had to deal with just a lot of trolls, a lot of, stress on their own lives, impacting their jobs and stuff like that. And hence why a lot of times people don't talk so much, because, the internet can be a real nightmare. And sometimes we forget the impact that all this can have, on people that try to be a voice, and then they get attacked left, right, and center. Belinda has had to face a lot of different things over the course of Jack and Lily missing, along with some other family members, of course. And so I just want to say my heart and everything goes out to you. Right, Melissa? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Melissa.
agree. You got this, Miss Dog Lover. Straighten that crown.
Yeah, straighten that crown. There you go. Absolutely. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is, again, so at the start of this, I was telling you that I had, spoke to Brad last night. And again, wanted to thank him for the conversation and just a more picture of a timeline. Now, remember, they are estimated things. So Justin, it was like 1 to 1:30 that he hears a vehicle going towards the railroad tracks and then going up towards Lairg. Now, Brad says what stuck out to him the most about the first trip, because I asked him about that too. There's certain things that, I mean, I honestly, I just didn't want to upset Brad, because it's kind of like you're asking for information, and like they have information in their head, but it wasn't very clear to me. But I didn't want to upset him either, because obviously this case is taking a toll on his family and his life and stuff like that, and then he took a little bit of a break there, and then he has been talking a little bit more and coming into the live chat. So appreciate you, Brad. Thank you so much. But anyways, so what stood out to him the most, because I had asked him that, and he was like, typically said that Daniel typically, when he works, he basically lets his car run. But this particular night, and he has it as 12 approximately. Now he has 12:22. So that's a pretty precise time to say 12:22. Kind of like, when Daniel says that on the day of the night of when the children's disappearance, I went to sleep at 9:09, right? Sometimes it's because maybe you looked at something or whatever, and your mind goes right to that time. So now, let me just go to this quickly. So 12:22 to 1:05-ish, he says, was like the time. So again, so that when I say 12:22 to 1:05-ish, that's basically going and then coming back type of time, estimated. Okay. Again, these times were approximately between 12 to 5. So I asked him, like, do you kind of have a memory of, approximately, like, it was at 12:30, area, just trying to get more of a time frame and stuff like that. Oops, sorry, Tom Lou. I don't think that the music went off for that yet. Thank you for the super sticker. Sorry, I was just scrolling down, but I think that the thing's a little bit backed up there. But thank you so much for the super sticker, you guys. Again, I just want to appreciate you guys all that are here. Melissa's here joining us tonight. There's lots of people in the chat. There's Kent. There's American Justice, obviously, Melissa here, Belinda, Charmaine, Citizen Sleuth I saw in here as well. So thank you guys again all for being here, but make sure you guys hit that like and share for Jack and Lily. Okay. Now, now again, and you guys, I just want, say, Brad and Justin's honest answers. Okay. So the first trip is that we're talking about, is 12:22 to 1:05-ish. Now, at that particular time, right, that Brad believes that that's when Daniel's vehicle went up towards Lairg for that particular time. Now, the second time was, let me go back here, was about 1:10 to 1:45-ish. So remember, that's a trip, right? That comes back, leaves approximately, and then 1:45-ish, okay? And that one is, so the first time he said he believed it was Laird, the second one, McLeod. Now, McLeod is the one where he says he distinctly remembers that it was about that the car drove, but then it was like stopped for about 20 minutes and then started back up again. So I know a lot of people think about the star on the little bridge and McLeod, because that's where that little bridge is, where that star was found, if most people recall. And again, and these are just, right? Take it all with the grain of salt, because these are just someone trying to remember approximately those times, but 4 trips, and doing their best recollection to recall. Okay. So the third one was Matheson. And that one was, he figures, approximately 2:30 to 3:10. Again, these trips kind of, are ranging from about 25 minutes, 35 minutes, something like that in there. Okay. Now I did ask him if there was any other ones that were like stop and go. Now, in the documents or whatever, you hear that Brad says that none of them were out of earshot, right? Now, in saying that, it's kind of like I had asked him if there was any of those other 3 trips, if there was like kind of like stop and go. But honestly, he doesn't quite remember if there was. But I think the one that stood out the most was the one on McLeod, where it was like a 20-minute stop, and then the vehicle starts up again. Now, if you're throwing a blanket in a tree, you probably don't need a lot of stop time for that, really, right? And but that blanket in the tree is like someone literally just, right, Daniel, come on now, laying it over the tree, right? That was the look of it when you were looking. Okay, and then the 4th time, right, is down on the 4th is Lansdowne. So we got Laird first, 2nd McLeod, 3rd Matheson, and 4th Lansdowne. And that time again is between 4 to 5-ish. Now, I want to say this. So we obviously know that Justin's time was 1 to about 1:30 and going up towards Laird. But all I wanted from Brad was just what his own truth was, right? What he remembers from it. So in my head, I was thinking, okay, well, the time kind of, the second time more matches, Justin's, but all I wanted was his own accuracy. But yet, by the same token, right? I mean, there is a time from 12:22 to 1:05. Justin says 1:05 or 1 o'clock to 1:30. So it could be within number 1 or 2. So again, it's just trying to make sense and trying to get the best information we can to understand that night, and what potentially, in our opinions, what Daniel would have been doing. Now, I specifically asked him again about the vehicle, being a Kia Rio. And he said yes. Now, again, he said that Daniel, like, I asked him why this car was deemed as loud. And he said, because no muffler, right? And that's one thing. So I know for a fact that anyone living near Daniel or even Brad would know those neighbors' vehicles when they hear them. And that's why Brad is 100% certain about this vehicle. So not only did he hear Daniel's vehicle start, but he left fast to what he normally would do. And that's why it stood out to him, because it was just like, out, get in the car, go. But the sound of his vehicle would absolutely, the neighbor would know that it's been living there, when Daniel and that moved in for years, right? Now, he said that the original owner was Margaret Mackenzie. Maybe that's why they were there's Boss Man right there. Thank you, Brad. And so maybe that's the reason why potentially that the RCMP were at Ron's home. Maybe they were looking for this vehicle. Who knows? Don't know the reason, but we know that they were there. And I can't help but think of always when the RCMP were at the sawmill as well, and there's all these things that again, every time something comes Daniel's way, because he's the one that's always talking for Malaya, like basically talking for them both pretty much, is that there's just consistent deflection. right? Janie talks about, I asked Brad about this as well. Janie had said, and this was on Ninchi's, I had heard her playing certain clips, which kind of propelled me to, go back to Belinda and back to Brad, and ask about this. And because basically I remember that Daniel, okay, they're constantly trying to point fingers towards Brad as if he's the one, like he's the shit disturber. Oh yeah, like basically he was the one that probably came into the trailer. And it's like they're wording things, and it's like they're pointing a finger but not directly sitting there saying his name or something like that. Now I asked Brad when Janie said that his truck goes up, and she didn't say his name, but you guys, she infers exactly who this is, and that his truck is the only one that goes up the old road. Now, Miss Dog Lover, hey, stop. Come on now. One sec.
1644 super chat. 19 pounds and 99 pence. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sunny and Melon chat. This is about the babies, but I just want to reassure you that I won't roll over. I have lawyers on the case. 15 years of loyalty.
Absolutely. But don't be spending your money, Missy, on me when, like I said, you're going through stuff and stuff like that. Okay. You know how much I love you and care about you. And again, like Melissa said, tip that crown back right up, and biggest hugs and love to you. Okay. But don't be sitting there doing super chats for that. I appreciate it. But please don't feel like you have to and stuff like that. I know that you've always been supportive to this channel, but in what's going on now, please. Okay. If you want me to see something, but just put the stop signs before it, and I'll put it up there. But anyways, thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Okay. So 1 second. No, where was I? I know I was talking about Brad and the Times. Shoot. What did I just say, Melissa? Sorry, Miss Dog Lover. Melissa, what was I just saying? Come on, turn on your mic. Or unless you were not listening.
I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm trying to remember what you were saying.
Okay, so you weren't. You guys, what was I just talking about prior to the super chat?
Because you were talking about the timeline and how Daniel was talking for Malaya, or for both of them, really, and that it didn't make any sense. And then
I think I can't remember. Bottom line is, it's like there's all these different inconsistencies going on. I again fully believe. Was I talking about Ninchi? Oh, okay. With Ninchi, hold on, it's coming. Shit. It's like right there. It's right there. You guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit tired. Shoot. Inferring that it was Brad's car. Yeah, but you guys, it's like right there. It's just like here, waiting to come back off my head, because I was talking about Ninchi and I was listening to her, and she brought up, oh, I was talking about the old road. Thank you so much. It just dawned on me. Okay, so I asked Brad about that. Because again, she's like, Daniel's like, he was revving the car during the search and rescue, and basically just trying to be a jerk, and like he didn't care, and he was one that didn't let people search the property. And then Janie's sitting there, saying that we know his truck, we can hear it from a mile away, and he's the only one that goes up the old road, and the old road is the one that I'll show you it quickly. Let me see here. Share screen. Do I have Google Earth up here quickly? I think I don't. Do I have Google Earth up? No, I got to open it. All right, fine. I'll take you guys for a ride on Google Earth for a second. Share screen, Windows. Where are you, Google Earth? Right here. Oops, nope, that's not it. Where did my Google Earth just go? Hello? No. Where did my Google Earth just go? I hate it when it does this. Don't be, what the heck? Google Earth, smarten up. Actually, it's more like Streamlabs. Smarten up. Share screen. Share screen. Come on. Let's giddy up and go. Okay, here we are. All right. Close. Great. Nice. And we'll go to, well, I'll just take you on a ride down to the pipeline. Okay. Okay, so 1407, obviously Gairloch Road is here, and this is the old road here, okay? If you guys can't see it, that's the one that, so Janie, there's another good one. But anyway, so that's the old road right here. And so and Brad's like, nope, I don't even go up it. You know, because I wanted to know, like, again, they keep trying to deflect to everybody else all the time, you know, because Ron got taught a lesson a few years ago, and they're still on there now. Let's see here, you know, and so, and because I had asked Brad again, like, you know, are you sure it's like our Kia Rio? And he's like, yes, right. And so again, well, you know, again, this loud vehicle that leaves at night. And again, I'm saying, like, why would Brad insert himself when he didn't have to, but he did it because of the children? And that I knew. And so, you know, again, there's no reason, you know, Janie, this is a case of two missing children, and Daniel always, and Janie, of course, it's her son, so she's always trying to make his shit shine. But Daniel's always deflecting everything. He always tries to get ahead of the game. Daniel, to me, is like I'm sorry, Daniel, but you're one of the stupidest people I have ever come across on the internet, that literally tells on himself and doesn't realize how much he's telling on himself, you know? And so, but anyway, so I wanted to, unless Brad wants to say more to that in chat. That's pretty much what I had asked him, was about the 4 trips, approximate timelines, and let's see here. And let's see here. And right, and each one. So Laird, McLeod, Matheson, Lansdowne being the blanket. Now, again, let's go. Let's see. Oh, too late. Too late about that part, Brad. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oops. Brad, I seen your message after, you know, about saying about the owner first. Sorry about that. It's because I was scrolled up to the other part of your messages and stuff like that. But anyways, okay. So let's see here. So I wanted to talk about that whole thing as well, like the blanket, right? Okay. So the whole blanket thing is just, to me, the most ridiculous thing ever. To me, absolutely, you know, Daniel, to me, in my opinion, planted that blanket. It's like he can try to sit there and sell ice to the Eskimos, but dude, you could never look so much guilty as the fact that you actually planted it. You've been trying to point fingers towards, you know, Hayden and Haley and everybody else, like you do with everything that you've done. But yeah, sorry, Brad. But anyways, but the thing is that he was called, of course, back into the investigation there because of his timeline, because of the blanket, and because of the timeline, which we already had heard about. But Daniel, of course, will try to smooth it over, like, hey, you know what? My buds from the RCMP, they're just, you know what, wanting to check with me on my timeline. So then this goes back to some other inconsistencies here that I wanted to talk about. Now, before I go on, Melissa, is there anything that in regards to this that you wanted to say, whether it's about the Brad's information or just anything before I get started on my next points here?
So something I found interesting, and I don't know if it had been said before and I just somehow magically missed it, because I do that sometimes, but Brad saying that, you know, I remember from before, you know, there was, you know, approximately 4 trips back and forth. That was not new. I knew that. What I
Right.
didn't know is that at one point in one of the trips, that the car was turned off for approximately 20 minutes. Now, we had heard before that it had stopped at one point for a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes, but it never turned off, right? So it's like, okay, well, you can't do really that much in 2 minutes, but you can do a lot of stuff if you've turned off your car in 20 minutes, especially if it was something premeditated. And I'll leave it at that as far as what is going through my mind. But 20 minutes is a good amount of time. And to me, that's something I hadn't heard before, was that it had been turned off for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
now,
he did make.
I've been doing other stuff while you've been talking because I had to get something done real quick. But do we know which road it turned off for 20 minutes?
Oh, see, you weren't listening to me. Yes, we do. It was McLeod Road, right, Brad? McLeod, right? That's
Then,
what I'm
in
showing
my
you on the
opinion,
screen.
RCMP needs to go check McLeod Road and do so in an area. Okay, Brad can hear the vehicle here, but he can't hear it here. Okay, this is one, this is point A. And this is point B, and map out an area there at McLeod Road and search that area, because that's 20
Henry,
minutes. I mean, you could do a lot in 20 minutes.
Yeah. And just one
And,
second, Henry, I
something
think.
that I seen today is, Malaya had said that Daniel was up all night, using math. Well, to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, there was never any rugs or paraphernalia or anything found in the home. Well, you had to get rid of that at some point, right? So,
Yeah.
that bugs me. Like that bugs me. And why are you now getting rid of it, right? Like, you do math and then you're like, oh shit, I need to get rid of this shit. Why? Because RCMP is coming, because these children are gone, and now you have to call RCMP and they're going to come in. Like, there's a lot of things about this case that just will make your head spin.
Well, absolutely with that. Now you made me forget what I was going to say, though, because I was going to say something twice, and now I forget. And now it was something to do with the McLeod shit. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you next time.
I said they should search McLeod Road. Does that jog your memory anymore?
Nah, yeah. I after you, because I was going to say it a couple times, and then because you took longer than what I thought you were going to say, then I just forgot now. It's okay. If it comes back, it will come back. No, it's all good. I'm one of those ones that when it's on my mind, I got to get off, because there's a lot of information up here that I want to talk about. So that's why it's like brain explosion sometimes. And it coupled with it being a little bit tired, just a little bit. And maybe I need some drinky. But anyways, okay. So going back to McLeod. Whoops. What am I opening? Okay, here. So Melissa, I opened up a wrong program. Go away, close off. Anyways, okay. So basically here there was a little star found, right? Now, Please Bring Me Home was just actually over in this area. And that's one where like Wayne McKenzie threw a conniption shit, on Please Bring Me Home and, stuff like that. But anyways, so a little star was found, and a lot of people, keep talking about the star because Lily had a jacket. But to me, like that, something like that is not going to fall off a jacket. Okay. They do not make jackets with decals like that where a star is going to fall off. It's like usually star, like you can tell that the jacket they were showing was a material type jacket that had a print of stars. But now, could that be a star that was on the backpack or something like that? So, going all back to this is like I said to Brad, that I almost feel like the 4 trips was, and again, in my opinion, is the fact of Daniel racing around planting stuff, right? Like, like the blanket and probably some other things. And him and Malaya both are like, well, I mean, I just can't believe that they didn't find anything, like, they got backpack, diaper, like, right? And so I really kind of associate the fact that these trips, at least the majority of them, were about trying to plant evidence to make it seem like these children were abducted and somebody just threw a blanket in the tree, someone just threw a backpack over here and stuff like that. And again, because they reference, both of them are like, well, I just don't understand why they didn't find anything. Well, because they didn't find where you planted like a knapsack per chance, by chance, or something else. But I deem those trips, because Brad says that they were in earshot, in a sense, for the most part. I just deem them as Daniel, because I absolutely, Daniel, fuck yourself, dude. You planted that blanket, in my opinion, my 1,000 billion% opinion, and planted that blanket. And it's clear as mud to me that you're so full of shit when it comes to this. Like, dude, like, you've got to be one of the most stupidest people I absolutely have ever come across for any true crime case where somebody literally it tells on himself. I mean, even Durwood saying the reason he lied about the blanket is this reason. And, and that's why he lied about the shirt and that. Who does that shit? Okay. Who literally sits there and goes, you know what, I'm going to get ahead of the game here, folks. And I'm going to sit there and say that if the children are found with a shirt and stuff like that, just know that this is Malaya's family doing it. I'm also going to say that, you know what? I mean, I don't know, but I think Haley freaking took like boxing classes and punched a hole right into that garbage bin while she was there after the fact of the police, right? And that, and the searchers and that. And yeah, and then her and of course Hayden and that, and Logan, who's right behind. They're just going to sit there and go, oh, you know what? Let me just grab in, right? And the thing about this whole garbage thing too is that when Janie talks about it, she talks about, of course, Janie, who doesn't know anything about the property, right? Or the Reiki, or the shoveling the holes and stuff like that. But anyways, when he talks about it, right? Now he's like, well, see, I it probably was on the rail. And guess what? Cheryl and Haley are, of course, Malaya's side of the family and friend. So yeah, so again, there we go, and he's kind of like trying to be sarcastic. No, dude, again, you must think that we're the most gullible people ever to sit there and think that Haley and Hayden and Logan, who's right beside your own cousin and stuff like that, freaking went out over there after the fact and, pranced down the road just to go, oops, let me just throw this blanket in the tree. Or the fact that you're trying to cover up what truly happened to Jack and Lily, and you planted it because you're trying to plant different evidence, trying to misdirect us with this whole bullshit about the whole hidden thing. And then they're trying to insert this whole trafficking and stuff like that now. Doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's because it's nonsense. And again, go back to any case when it comes to children, and you tell me that it veers off to this type of fuckery on there, and you're not going to find it. You're going to find a case like Lori Vallows that's really messed up, but over in the United States, sorry, Melissa, you guys have this thing about freaking zombies and, zombie freaking sheds and different shit like that. Well, that story's kind of in relation to that type of thing, just really, really far-fetched out there shit. But it's so uncommonly rare that stuff happens. Now, I wanted to talk about the Janie and Daniel and the time, okay? Because one of the things, again, that stands out with the inconsistencies is Daniel was trying to say that Cindy arrived within 12 or 16 minutes of after calling the RCMP. Now, of course, we got the message from the Brookside family showing that, and even talking with Haley, that said that no, Cindy and that they didn't arrive till can't remember, it was like 1:32 area in the afternoon, because remember Cindy was in the barn and blah, blah, blah. And she didn't arrive till later because she wasn't near her phone. But yet we know that Malaya tried calling Cindy as well at 8:28 and didn't answer. Again, probably again in the barn and stuff like that. So anyway, so they arrive later. So now the thing that gets me of all this is Daniel himself telling us that he wasn't even around when the search and rescue and RCMP came, that he was gone for like an hour searching for Jack and Lily, freaking the culverts, the dirt roads, and all that shit. And you guys, I'm not reading chat right now, so if anyone's talking, it's Melissa trying to answer you guys on that. So again, so Daniel. So let's go back down to Janie. Okay, I want to go back to Janie on this, because again, this is just exploiting their bullshit timeline. And that's what I will do, because it's about the truth for Jack and Lily, not a bunch of bullshit and BS, right? Okay, so this is the old road here. We know this, right? So Janie, according to her timeline, even though the whole timeline is mucked up anyway, between the 8 to 8:30 timeline, again, we can put that to shame, that whole timeline, and it's ridiculous. It's a bunch of lies is what it is, in my opinion. But anyways, so Janie says, right, according to Daniel and Malaya's testimony, but Daniel said 9:36 that he woke up, whatever, tit for tat, potato, potato, tomato, tomato, right? 9:40, 9:36, whatever. 9:40, right? Yelling for Jack. There's all these multiple reasons why, Janie thinks that she should spend another 10 minutes in her freaking palace there in the trailer and, not even come outside to check. Okay, we all, I think, get a grasp of Janie's personality, right? What? Yeah.
So, Sonny,
Yes.
I got a question for you.
Oh, okay.
So, to go back to the star real quick.
One sec. Don't let me forget what I was talking about, though. I'm going to talk about Janie next, so don't let me forget, because it might happen. So remind me that that's where I was this time, okay? Just in case.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Okay,
so
go ahead.
the star.
Yeah.
I understood it to be like one of the kind of like sticker stars like you would get at school, right?
That's
so
what it
has
said.
that ever,
Yeah.
do we know if it was tested for DNA or prints, or if it was actually taken into evidence?
Not sure, but I think it was, because it definitely was collected, right? So to me, it definitely was. So different things were taken for forensic thing, but we just don't know the answer to certain for some of these items for sure. Yeah. Trying to see what Boss Man's saying here as well.
So somebody asked if the car could be the black car could be classified as a primer or faded, and I said I didn't know. Boss Man said yes, it could be classified as faded. And
yeah,
then somebody asked if that car was missing. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, the other person said to me, "Did you know that car was missing?" And by that other person I'm talking about, Justin. And I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? So I was asking Brad about that too. Actually, that's probably something I should have clarified with Brad about that. So maybe in chat, Brad, if you could just clarify. I meant to ask you about that actually. Did you notice that the car wasn't around now? Because Brad said that the fourth trip was a different vehicle, right? And that would make sense, because if he's hearing this car that's the muffler's gone on it and it's really loud, and he knows that vehicle to be the one that Daniel drives, and et cetera, and then when the vehicle comes in for the last time and it's a different one, so that would mean like it was like a dump and go type of thing, right? Of course. And so everything he talks about after that is about getting into Malaya's vehicle, right? So, well, Malaya's vehicle doesn't sound like freaking that, he's going to know the difference between Malaya's 2016 Pathfinder or whatever it is versus Kia Rio and a muffler and a vehicle that Daniel's been driving on, because she only got that vehicle like a couple days, right, registered, right? Like it was just a recent purchase for that vehicle. I don't know exactly if it was Grandma Patty purchased it outright for her and she had to make payments back. Probably not. Malaya seems to get pretty much everything handed over to her on a silver platter when it comes to her life and this lifestyle of wanting people to take care of her is really what it's like. Okay, so what color is the Kira? Black. But if Boss Man wants to answer you guys in chat, and stuff like that, so be it. It's totally up to him. He's been very gracious enough to again, talk with me and come in here and answer some of your guys' questions and stuff like that. So thank you guys very much, and thank you, Brad. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Belinda. So now, were you done?
I want to say thank you to Brad for answering questions, but I just asked that chat remember Brad is just a regular citizen. He has talked with the RCMP, and I mean, it's up to Brad if he wants to answer questions, but I would just try not to overload the man with questions.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just not like kind of like when Daniel Martell would come in here and then it would get overload and stuff like that, and I would just be like, hey, let him answer whatever he wants to answer and not answer whatever he doesn't want to answer or doesn't know and stuff like that. Plead the fifth. I don't know. But yeah, it's very grateful. Again, for people that are in the area and involved. And it's not like, Brad, and it's again, like, just like Belinda, she didn't expect, that anything like this, that she'd ever wake up to this nightmare, and nobody did, besides the people that have knowledge about Jack and Lily and what happened to them. So now, but I want to go back to Janie's timeline there. So
before you do that, did you see Boss Man's last comment here? I haven't seen the Kia Rio since the last time I mentioned it to you, Sonny.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to clarify that because I was just getting really jumbled in my head with the information. Because like I said, it was kind of like, bits and pieces trying to put it together, but I didn't want to overwhelm Brad either. And I didn't want to like piss him off or upset him and stuff like that, because I know that this has been very impactful on his own family and stuff like that. Right. So I just didn't want to, you know what I mean? I'm looking for the information myself to understand this case and Jack and Lily, and always trying to bring you guys, what I deem as pertinent information, not the freaking rumors and crap going on, but just as factual information as we can try to contrive from this case, and just try to understand, where the truth lies for Jack and Lily, and try to minimize the bullshit. And again, people can believe whatever they want, they can believe whatever theory that they want to, but on this channel, I just try to, put out the things that, are as most accurate as information as we can get. We got Daniel, who we can't trust worth a lick of shit. So when you can't trust someone, right? Now, I trust Brad. I trust his information. He's been very, let me put it this way. Brad's not the type of person that you can tell. You can tell that he's more of a private person, and he just doesn't talk to anyone type of thing. But, he will, I believe, talk to people when he feels like there's like a trust there and stuff like that, and I know that a lot of people that watch this channel, I mean, if they know me, they know that I'm not about bullshit and fluff and all that stuff, that it's just about brutal honesty and about trying to get information to understand Jack and Lily. Why? Because for me, as a human being, as a person, as a mother, as a person that cares about people, cases like this come along where your heart is broken, because your heart is broken because you know that all these other hearts are broken, because these two beautiful faces of Jack and Lily are missing. And whenever it comes to children, anytime it comes to children, my heart is always with children, but my heart always thinks about the people that are impacted as well by these children. And that's where, again, being a deep empath, it breaks my heart just to know that all these people are impacted because of possibly the actions of, you know, uh, people to me on the property, perhaps, or just even in any case, anyone that is trying to cover up crimes and stuff like that, even though I know this is a missing case and blah, 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 but I'm just talking about in general. Right? My heart is huge when it comes to children, and I always do everything authentically from my heart. And if people don't understand that or see that, that's a you problem, and it's definitely not a me problem, because I truly care about Belinda. I truly care about Jack and Lily's case, and I truly care about myself and my morals and my standards that I have to hold up to myself as a person, and with different things of private conversations and stuff like that. If you don't have your word, then what do you have, right? So to me, it's always about trying to bring the best information that I can gather from different cases that I follow. And in this case, I've been lucky enough to have Belinda talk to me, join on lives. I've been lucky enough to have family members, Brad and Justin, both answer me, talk to me, mostly Brad here. Again, Justin says he doesn't do social media and stuff like that. But anyways, it's just really about answers for these children. And Jack and Lily, looking at their little faces every single day, most of us wake up to thinking about this case and going to bed thinking about this case and thinking what has happened. And for me, I'm about cut the bullshit. Let's just get to the truth of really what happened to Jack and Lily. So when I see a case like this and you watch the actions of Daniel Martell, right? And you've been following this case the entire time, you're like, you're full of shit. You are absolutely full of shit. Barry Morphew, who claimed that he didn't do anything to his wife. Dude, the minute you opened your mouth, you were full of shit. And I knew you were full of shit. Daniel Martell, anytime he says anything, he's full of shit. There's very little truth and a lot of lies amongst us. And Malaya's actions. These are not actions. And I'm not going to sit here and make excuses about somebody's freaking mental health and all that shit when 2 children are missing. Your mental health issues and whatever, you'll have to deal with, and whatever freaking issues you have going on. But the focus is Jack and Lily, because those are the most important people in anything that we're talking about here, and the truth for them. Anyways, that's my preach it speech and stuff like that. And every day, absolutely. So I know that my heart is in the right place. And again, I have the utmost love. I have one child. He's going to be 29 January 4th, and my everything, right? My everything. And that's the way all children should be treated, not to be used and abused, but they're there to be loved and cared about. And when you see stuff like this in cases and weirdness going on, it pisses you off. So we're at 7-month mark, and I'm sick and tired of Daniel's bullshit. So you can't trust his information. Malaya, you can't actually trust her information either, because she has shown us that she does not want to go to vigils, that she does not want to really speak up for Jack and Lily. She's doing everything opposite of what you would typically see, because these are her children. They're not our children. They're her children. So when you have content creators in a community that seems to give more shit about Jack and Lily than the actual people that were taking care of them, there's something wrong with that. And I'm not going to ever make excuses for bullshit for people like that. No, sorry. I grew up in a world where you're freaking, basically, suck it up, buttercup. And this is about Jack and Lily. It's not about Janie's feelings, Daniel's feelings, Malaya's feelings. It's about 2 children that are missing. And why are these actions strange and weird? It's because, to me, it's an absolute cover-up of the truth. And that's what you get. And that's why you get these muddied waters when bullshit happens in a case, and they're not being genuine with answers and stuff like that. But anyways, so going back to Janie's timeline. Okay. So according to Janie's timeline, at 9:40, according to Daniel Malaya, pretty much, that they're out hollering. And of course, Daniel has about 4 or 5 different events about Malaya, the phone, and when she called 911, blah, 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 blah. That's just another part of the bullshit of this whole timeline. As for Janie, so she claims that she was in the trailer for approximately 10 minutes, right, before she came out. Can you imagine Janie being in the trailer for 10 minutes as they're sitting there calling out, well, according to Daniel, it was just him calling out, Jack and Lily's name and stuff like that. And Janie's like, just, thought Jack, about the chickens or did it. I just thought that, he was just calling them in and stuff. Bullshit, Janie. We all know that your ass would be out there so freaking fast that, somebody's head would spin. But no, you're just all lackadaisy about it, that you stayed home that day. You didn't go shopping with Ron. So right there, we already have something that's different than normal going on. And then, Daniel tries to insert that. Well, I think that she thought that my mom wouldn't be home like normal. And that's where she could got this escape route, to give the children away. Okay, bullshit, BS. So 9:50, basically, she puts herself 10 minutes. Now she says she comes outside and basically says, like, what's up, Malaya? Right. And then we have different versions about that too. That Daniel's the one that told his mom that the children were missing. But then Janie says that it's Malaya says, well, you know what? Jack and Lily have been gone for, 20 minutes. Right. So Janie then says she proceeds to first thing she thinks about, again, which Daniel says that it was Malaya that said that they're up in the woods. But Janie says that the first thing she thinks about is to go up in the little fort area there and look for the kids. Right. So remember, RCMP was called at 10:01, right? And Janie's acting like, you know what, I'm just gonna, leave my phone, by the way, at the trailer here, and I'm just gonna take my wobbly leg up the hill and go search for them. And I'm gonna go to the top of this hill, the old road, and then you know what, I'm gonna walk and meet up with Daniel, because all of a sudden Daniel's there, right? And she meets up with Daniel miraculously, and then all of a sudden Daniel's like, well, do you want to come with me? And she's like, no, I'm going to keep going down the old road and I'm going to basically go around it and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, she hears the RCMP, right? Because remember, the RCMP arrived at like 10:27 pretty much. But anyways, so Daniel, how the fuck would he know what time, arrived, Cindy arrived? Because again, according to the whole story, Daniel said that he wasn't even there for like the first freaking 30 minutes to an hour because he was out searching for Jack and Lily. So how would he know what time Lily? Don't you guys just find that quite sus that the RCMP are coming, but Daniel is like, I'm so, you know what? The culverts, the back roads, everything. Whoops, blanket here. That all of a sudden he avoids when actually the RCMP are coming. Because his story is, why do you think they called him in? Like, seriously, why do you think they called him in again? To talk about his timeline and where he was searching that morning and the blanket, right? I mean, Daniel's always Daniel's own words. We don't really have to too much try to get information out of Daniel because it just oozes like diarrhea out of his mouth and he just tells us so much stuff that it's like, dude, you don't even leave any guesswork anymore because you're too busy always thinking on yourself or giving us information, but then the information isn't backed up and it doesn't align with all these other things that you've said, right? So that's the one thing I want to talk about was this whole timeline of, Janie's like, oh, it took me 10 minutes. Bullshit. Probably took you 10 minutes just to get to the top of that damn hill with your wobbly leg going on. It's not exactly an easy place to walk through. And you guys can see the distance from the home to the old road that she said that, that's one that Brad goes down. He's the only one with the truck, that goes down there. And Brad's like, is she whacked? Yeah, she is. Because they're too busy always trying to divert anything. It's just like anytime information comes in, Daniel's like, boom, got my shield up. Boom, direct this way, direct it Brad, direct it Haley, direct it Hayden, direct it everyone, right? But anyways, that's the part that I wanted to talk about. Just always, I could sit there and keep going on about the inconsistencies. And that's what, Melissa's trying to do in the documents a lot, is trying to show the different inconsistencies. But in the last couple of months, it's been really apparent that Daniel is, basically placing, like, this is the weird part. Daniel's been placing everything on Malaya. Okay. Just like Belinda said, right? What the fuck do you mean you were cleaning up, Malaya? What do you mean you were cleaning up your house a couple times that day and that you thought that Daniel was going to clean up? Belinda walks into a shithole, right? Wade tells you about this shithole that trailer is in. Like, Belinda even says, like, you can't even see anything on the cupboards and stuff like that. Like, it's all recycle bottles that you got everywhere. You got, dishes everywhere. So what kind of cleaning were you doing? But Daniel will make out to believe that, nothing was moved. There wasn't a chair moved. There wasn't nothing moved. And how could you tell in that shithole, Daniel, what the kids had or didn't have, to be honest with you? I mean, like you said, yeah, I still think that Malaya was in a huge depression, and she's just got lazy. I think that she really does, love kids and stuff like that. I even believe that Daniel actually loves kids, but I really think that there was an accident that happened on that property, total cover up. And that's what I want to talk about as well. Anyways, Melissa, and I'm sorry, I'll look at some chat now.
Henry, so what got me with Janie's timeline is, in one interview, Janie said that she had to practically drag or carry, it was changed to later, Jack into the woods.
Jack,
but yet, yeah. and Lily doesn't like to get dirty and doesn't like bugs. Yet her first thought when she found out they were missing was to run up in the woods. Really? That wouldn't have been my first thought. My first thought would have been, I don't know, check the backyard, check, go out to the road, make sure they didn't, go up the road, something. My first thought would not have been, oh, I have to practically carry and drag one child and the other child doesn't like to get dirty, so let me go up in the woods. That would not have been my first thought.
But Melissa, just to interject there quickly, no. The first thought of normal people would be to go over to Janie's trailer and to ask if Jack and Lily are there. That would have been your first thought to do, right? For Daniel and Malaya, right? But that didn't happen. But that would be the normal thing to do. That would be the absolute most normal thing to do when you don't have anything to do with the disappearance of these children, is to go to your mom's trailer and be like in a panic going, is Jack and Lily inside? Da-da-da-da. Like, that's instantly what you would do. No question about it.
Yes.
That's instantly what should have happened, but it didn't.
Yes. Right? And even if they thought Janie wasn't home, me as a parent, my first job, if I was Daniel or Malaya, my first thing would have been to open up Janie's door, knock on it, see if she's home. If she doesn't answer, open it up, because Jack and Lily would go in there and get snacks out of her fridge, remember? So that would have been, right. I would have opened up the door. I would have looked in there. I would have looked the yard. Yeah. And then as far as Janie, like I said, if I was Janie, my first thought wouldn't have been the woods. It would have been, well, let's go make sure you didn't miss them in the house, or make sure they're not in the yard somewhere, or make sure they're not in this little shed here. It wouldn't have been, let me go up in the woods. Whether I was Daniel, Malaya, or Janie, the woods would not have been my first go-to. And I find that weird.
Oh yeah. And no, that's because when you smell bullshit, it's because it is bullshit. And that's the thing here, is, like I said, common sense says you can rip their timeline apart just by their own words, not because I'm sitting there adding my own timeline into it. This is by their own words that they created, right? Malaya put Daniel to sleep the entire time. Well, we know that that's not true whatsoever. And so I want to say this. So my thoughts became this when I was talking with Belinda and I was talking with Brad. So I absolutely believe in Brad and Justin's vehicle. right? I think that Danielle is full of crap, that this vehicle that Brad has known to hear and probably other neighbors as well, right? I don't think that the RCMP is clueless to all this bullshit that's going on. But the one thing that always has been bugging me, and this is where it comes into the title, What If, is one thing that's always bugging me is why would Malaya, leave the next day, take down all Daniel's thing, and if it was Daniel alone that did something to Jack and Lily, why would Malaya, like, what would cause Malaya? What would be so severe enough that Malaya would not just tell on Daniel? and and I kept struggling with this, and I've been struggling with this for a long time because we're talking about getting into meth. But okay, but if it was Daniel's drugs, right? Again, then yes, Malay is going to be somewhat in trouble, but not nearly if it's Daniel's drugs, the meth that's coming into the home. Okay, and another thing that was said was about an argument. So I know that there was an argument or squabble, whatever you want to call it, that night. Now we all know that Malaya had told a couple people and a few people that Daniel was doing meth, that she woke up and stuff like that. But again, this all becomes from basically when they were last seen at the Dollarama to 10:01. Other than that, I consider all of the rest of that stuff a bunch of crock of crap. That is all everything to do with covering up what truly happened to Jack and Lily. And it just became a cover up because if one knows, then they all know. But I could not understand, like, even if something happened and that one child got hurt by accident, like, the chances of them taking the other child's life is very unlikely. And I find it hard because I really don't deem Malaya or Daniel to truly hate kids in a sense, but I don't know. I just don't get that impression. When I originally saw Daniel at the beginning of this case and looking back, and he has his two other kids, and he always had kids in his arms and stuff like that. I think that Daniel, for relationship wise, for a person, I think that, yeah, he is a big piece of shit. But I never really, I kept seeing these photos with kids and kind of like what me and Belinda were talking about. You see Malaya, and Belinda talks about how Malaya was, that she never yelled at the kids. She always just sat with them, but never raised her voice. And basically Belinda saying that, what, she had more patience than I ever did, basically, with my kids and stuff like that. Right. But I'm still constantly thinking, what would it be that Malaya would not out Daniel if it was just something to do with Daniel? Now, the family tried blaming Daniel and drugs and stuff like that. But then, people have talked about this before, and things have to sound right to the ear to me, because grandma always said, if it doesn't sound right to the ear, it's probably bullshit. And so I couldn't, it's like I think about the math, and then I think about, okay, if one child gets hurt, but what would be equally that Daniel would possibly make this comment that Malay is trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble, right? And then I know people have talked about this. And when I was talking to Belinda yesterday, I'm like, it makes sense. If by chance that Malaya gave the children, because so Malaya has back pain. She probably takes, I bet you any money that she does take painkillers and stuff like that, right? Probably not painkillers from the actual pharmacy, just saying, on the down low shit. But maybe she did give the children, or maybe they did give the children a sedative of some sort that caused these children to OD, to die because of, because they are definitely hyper children. You can tell and stuff like that, right? I mean, again, especially if they truly do have, come on, what's the word I'm looking for? What Sebastian has. Come on now.
Autism?
Say the word. Thank you. Autism. Possible autism. Right. Right. And so again, I mean, they are definitely, children are a lot of work, obviously, for a parent, right? Than just, typical kids every day. But you can tell by kind of what's ever been said about them is that these children are hyperactive, and Malaya is saying that these are very verbal children, and thinking about what the bus driver said, thinking about what Janie has said, thinking about what Daniel has said, and blah 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 blah. But anyways, but so the thing in my head is that I do believe that something happened that night that was an accident, and that it was a cover up. And I think to myself, what is it would stop Malaya from, say, ratting out Daniel if Daniel was truly, the person maybe culpable of the children's, like disappearance. So I believe that they, in my personal opinion, that they are both involved in absolute knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily. But it would make sense that if Malaya was really a lot culpable of giving the children, or them both giving the children something as a sedative, and then it was too much, and it took their lives, like, where does the 12 o'clock light turning on, they're both under their covers, type of thing. So that rang at least more fluent to my ear, that could make sense why Malaya is not thinking out on Daniel, and maybe that's why Daniel's sentence was, because I just remember, so Lindsay from the Globe and Mail, and Globe and Mail has done a great job covering this case, and CBC as well, had said that Daniel was so focused, he wasn't focused on Jack and Lily, that he was focused on the relationship with Malaya. Now, I truly believe that Daniel, contrary to what he is saying, absolutely is madly in love with Malaya, and that she left him. And I believe that what he's doing, and this is why I believe he's doing this, he's pointing the fingers at the family of Malaya's family, and he always keeps trying, but it backfires because he contradicts himself totally. But he's always constantly say that, I know I had nothing to do with it, and I know Malaya had nothing to do with it, and I know my mummy had nothing to do with it. So to me, this is Daniel's way of being pissed off, because that, she like, again, at the end of the day, there's two people that lived in that house, but maybe the culpability more lies on Malaya's side than we think it does. And Daniel being so in love with Malaya, like he says, he's going to protect her and do everything he can for those children. So I think that there is perhaps this bond, and I get it, because it seems like Daniel is, like constantly attacking Malaya. But if you watch him, because is a narcissist, but Daniel is kind of like, again, being the narcissist, he overtalks, he overtells, and he makes himself out to be this hero. And I believe in this case, he's trying to make himself somewhat out to be this hero. He's protecting Malaya. And perhaps that's where that statement came again from, in the Globe and Mail, where after he was asked it, because he was so focused on the relationship, as if Jack and Lily didn't disappear, right? And that's maybe why the statement was made by Durwood. Well, the reason, and I feel like one of the statements at the start that Durwood said was like, the reason he lied about that was I just know what they said, the reason he lied about that was to protect Malaya. And that could be the truth. It could be the truth that the kids were given a little bit of a sedative that wasn't meant to harm the kids, but it did. And that him saying, she's trying to blame everything on me. I think that's his own perception, but so she doesn't get in trouble, right? So I think that there could be some truth there, because it has to sound fluent to my ear and make sense. And that does make sense to me, why Malaya is not speaking up, because she knows that maybe she's more than culpable, right? And maybe just perhaps, Daniel has this knowledge, and he's just honestly been trying to protect Malaya and the truth, because again, when you love somebody and you are blinded by it all and the shit that we see people do, maybe that's more the truth. I'm just putting that out there as if, what if? F Durwood, but regardless, go ahead.
Mary Stevens asked a question. She said, Sonny, do you know if the RCMP have been given morning diaper from Jack. That would have been changed in the morning if he was there in the morning. That's the thing, Mary.
They didn't.
If you listen to what Daniel and Malaya both say, they did not see Jack that morning. They only heard Jack that morning. So that Daniel and Malaya, neither one got up to feed the kids, to see if they were still sick, to get them breakfast, to change Jack's diaper. None of that. So there was no diaper to give to RCMP because they didn't even bother to get up and check that morning on these children. And that's what tells me the kids were gone before she even called them into school. What about you, Sonny?
Well, I absolutely believe so. I really think that that the accuracy of Brad and these, regardless, right, even if the times are off, I do absolutely believe that this was running around planting stuff again, and it's all to do with the cover up of what happened to Jack and Lily. I really don't, in my heart, feel like this is a situation that was pre-planned as much as it was a big shock that perhaps giving the children some medication or a pill and stuff like that just to calm them down or help them sleep or something like that, and I just think it turned into an absolute nightmare. Now, don't get me wrong, I get the fact that Malaya, like, there's obviously something there that Malaya has of anger really towards Daniel, because for her to leave the next day, absolutely believe, like Belinda Gray, that was knowledge that she knew that the children weren't coming back. And Daniel didn't expect that. I truly believe that to Daniel's ego, that was one of the biggest blows, was Malaya leaving him to deal with everything, right? And basically in really what she did. But yet by his love for Malaya, and you know what I mean? It's hard because when you have to be in that situation to know exactly what you would do. But again, Daniel's the hero. Daniel's the narcissist, right? I think by Malaya taking down his photos is a clear sign that she has a lot of resentment towards Daniel regardless. Hence why, the U-Haul was going to come, and the reason why she was going to leave him multiple times. Daniel has, I think, a lot of problems. I think even deeper than Malaya's issues, but yet I think that they both have issues. I think that this relationship was a clear sign of toxicity, and we know that by how Belinda was pushed away, how Cheryl was pushed away, how other family members. Haley had told me that she had saw Jack and Lily 3 times in 2 years, right? We know that there was very infrequent visit, that there was nobody at the property, hardly ever to come there and stuff like that. And I think, and you guys know, especially like females, right? You guys know that if you're in this type of relationship and stuff like that, and you're in frickin' Booneyville in a piece of shit of a trailer, sorry, Janie, it's a hunk of shit that had all this crap around it. Was it? And don't get me wrong, you can still have a piece of shit home on the outside and still take care of it on the inside. But this isn't the information we're hearing. Whoops, you kind of went out there for a sec. But that's not the information we're hearing. And I think really that this is, like, again, perhaps the protection of knowing that Jack and Lily, this accident happened, but they have meadow. They have to meadow. And I'm pretty sure, and this is just my opinion, that your life is flashing before your eyes, that you are in panic mode and you don't know, in a sense, you're just doing everything as more like, at the spur of the moment, trying to do a cover up in a sense. You got to call the kids into school. You got to try to come up with a story, the basics, and basically their story and all this sleeping, it all really falls into what a lot of these crime cases happen with children. The memory becomes foggy, right? They start trying to misdirect, and I think that that's why that Malaya kept referring to that the children were talkative, that they'd talk to anyone. There was a point in that interview where I was like so bored of listening to her keep telling us how the children would just talk to anyone. So you can't rule out abduction, because these children will just talk to anyone. She never mentions their name. She never puts a plea out there. There's so many oddities to this case that fall in line with kind of what we would deem as, unfortunately, run-of-the-mill standard cases where children go missing, and then there's parent involvement and stuff like that. And so again, I just think that, yeah, absolutely, that this was all this is why their timeline doesn't make sense, Melissa, because it's the small details that will give it away, right? Because they were probably, again, in this panic mode going on. And I'm thinking in my head, of course, that Janie, of course, has knowledge of this, right? And that's why she's inconsistent with her timeline and her stories, and why it doesn't make sense as well. So Janie not going with her brother that day, that the phone call to Cindy at 8:28, the fact of this whole thing of Daniel sleeping the whole entire time, but yet, if you know what, this is another thing I wanted to point out, Belinda Gray. So Malaya specifically told Belinda that she did not see the children, that the last time she saw Jack and Lily was on Thursday. Okay? That right there should be a dead giveaway that the statements that are in the documents are just to try to corroborate with the fact of Daniel saying that he saw the kids as well. Malaya has never stated that she ever saw Lily that morning, but in the documents, it says that. So that's, to me, her forgetting about that fucking fact that she got that in the documents. But she specifically told Belinda that the last time she seen Jack and Lily was on Thursday, and that she only heard them in the morning. So again, it's just calling bullshit out because it doesn't make sense. And again, it's not here because I'm going, oh, I think I hate Malaya and Daniel today. No, what I hate is when two children are missing and then bullshit like this is going on, and that police are being left on a wild goose chase. And you got people thinking that they're hidden, and you got this, because of Daniel's side. Okay. Daniel's side and Durwood's side. So again, why would we believe them? Why would we believe Daniel? Let me just put it that way. Why? Why would we believe him? He's trying to misdirect. He's trying to point towards the Brooks family, but saying that Malaya had nothing to do with it. He's trying to misdirect, planting a blanket, planting whatever, in my opinion. Anyways, you know what? If I could just put my gavel down right now and say guilty. Okay, my gavel's down. In the court of Sunny Justice and this channel, my gavel is down. Guilty is charged. Because, again, it's about two children, and it's about truth and transparency, right? And Malaya not speaking to the RCMP says a lot to me. But again, I'm always trying to think of what is it that's holding Malaya back from not just outing Daniel. And it's because she's very much probably culpable, if not the most culpable, perhaps, in Jack and Lily's demise, to be honest with you. And again, meadow, right? All became about meadow. Anyways, go on. That's my part of that stuff. I could go on and on about the inconsistencies.
I mean, I agree with you. It just, their stories don't make sense, and
It's nonsense.
It's just that simple. They don't make sense. And somebody, I think Mary was still saying, Jack would have been old enough to pull off his own pull-up. Well, yeah, but that's if he was still here with us on Friday morning. Just because Daniel says he heard him, or Janie says that she heard him, that doesn't mean Jack to me, because there's no evidence that they were there on Friday morning. There just isn't. Zero, zilch.
Well, and that's
Daniel and Janie saying
100, right, Belinda?
Exactly. Daniel and Janie saying that they heard him doesn't mean Jack, because there is nothing that proves it. Right? The only proof we have, if you want to get technical, is that they were alive when they left the Dollarama. Between the Dollarama and Friday morning, when 911 was called. There is zero evidence that the kids were alive. And I'm not going to take the word of two people that I have deemed and have proven multiple times are liars. I'm not going to
Yeah.
believe them. You can lie to me once and I might believe you a second time. You lie to
Yeah.
me a second time, I'm not going to believe you anymore. How many times does somebody have to lie before we end up saying, yep, we don't believe you anymore? Give me a
Right.
number, because I'll go to the document and I will pull up. They lied here, they lied here, they lied here, they lied here. How many times? They're both liars. I can't.
Well, the thing with this is that I think what I kind of like agree with Charmaine, like when we were talking about this last night. I believe that Durwood, I'll be nice to him today. I won't call him Dickwood, even though you're a dick. But anyways, Durwood, Darren, and anyways, comes into the picture, right? Now, he's kind of like Tonto coming in, and he's trying to talk to the Malaya Brookside, but he's not really getting anywhere. Now, come to realize later that Malaya isn't really changing her story. And, the family is getting frustrated because they want answers for Jack and Lily. And that's why, again, um, you see these the family members and stuff like that, and Wade's daughter and that coming out and just trying to put out some truth busters, and basically saying like, look, like there's bullshit going on here. There's like CPS stuff, and there's this bullshit. And Malaya obviously has moved on, rather quickly, into a relationship. And you're asking, like, you're getting dolled up and you're going out, and stuff like that. Why is this happening? Why are you entertaining a relationship? Well, again, Malaya, I think, seems to have this pattern. She simply needs somebody, because she doesn't obviously love herself enough, and she's so insecure that she's relying on people to take care of her all the time. Again, she held one job at 15, and it's just this pattern. And until you kind of break a pattern, right, it's going to always stay the same. But what was I going to say? I was on a track somewhere with this, and then all of a sudden a thought went through my head, because I'm just picturing like, about Malaya. So, like I said, she's not showing signs, and the family's getting frustrated about what happened to Jack and Lily. I mean, we saw Cindy out on the search, with the please bring me home and stuff like that. We saw Haley, we saw Cheryl, Hayden, trying to find answers, because it's not like the answers are coming fruitful from Malaya. And so, over time, you start wondering, well, okay, was there truth to this? Like, what happened to the children? Did they end up in the woods? And, but as time's going on, right, family is going, like, what the fuck? And like I said, Malaya's not giving answers. Daniel's coming out full tilt, giving us a bunch of inconsistencies and stuff like that. I still think that Daniel is pointing at Malaya's family because he's pissed off because Malaya left him. And that's about ego, right? And then he'll come back in an interview and say, you guys, please don't say anything about Malaya, because her mental health issues could reflect Meadow and stuff like that. I mean, he's totally a flip-floppy fish, because he doesn't know how to stay consistent. And that's what happens, of course, when lies are going on. And again, he talks so much that the inconsistencies are massive with what's going on. But it just becomes about, family members just wanting truth, for what happened to Jack and Lily. And again, to me, the people on the property are the ones that know the truth about Jack and Lily. And the BS, like, why, like, what I was going back towards was Daniel. So he met up with Durwood there, right? They talk about it. Durwood's trying to talk to Malaya. He's trying to talk to Cindy, and stuff like that. And he's finding it very strange that the family is avoiding talking about Jack and Lily and stuff like that, right? So, then him and Daniel get together, and it's kind of like, I wouldn't doubt that it's more of like a combination of the two of them. You got Durwood thinking like, well, this is odd. And Daniel's saying this. And then this mastermind of hidden story kind of comes out. And I believe that Daniel goes with it because it's a direction off of him in a sense, right? Like it's not the truth and he knows it. But to Durwood, I actually believe that he believes what he's saying is true. Unfortunately, it just, again, the story has changed so many times for blame on Cindy, someone in a truck driving that he knows 1000% ironclad. He knows where they are, blah, 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 on and on with Durwood, right? Okay. He's not exactly, known for, being this quiet, subdued type of person. Instead, he just comes out flailing with these different theories, but then claiming them to be true. Why he's not telling the RCMP. But Daniel, to me, is just like going for the ride of all this, right? Because Durwood has this whole storyline derived from Daniel's information in his own. And because it's a misdirection off of this. And this is where, why would you believe a person that is lying? That's sick and twisted. That is so sick. That's like when people sit there and give praise and all that to like serial killers and stuff like that, and sit there and it's like, oh, here, let me send you some money for your commissary. That's just fucked up. So in real, why would you believe someone that has consistently shown that he is not telling the truth? So that's just fucked up. It is. And you don't understand it, how people are so willing to believe Daniel's bullshit. Why? Right? Why? Where's the truth of it? Where's the truth of any of it? Like, you would literally have to imply that the RCMP are so fucking stupid and the major crimes unit are so effing stupid that they managed to freaking Malaya rack up a debt herself or whatever of 30K and all that stuff, and that they traffic the kids and then Malaya leaves Daniel the next day. Like, that's absurd. And that doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense and it's not fluid, it's because it's a crock of shit. So how could all of those things have happened digitally? Footprints of everything, 150K reward, people that would have knowledge that these children are hidden, and nobody's come forward. And you think that you're the brightest bulb on this planet thinking that they're hidden and stuff like that? That's what gets me. And no offense, Kent, if you're still listening. But like I said, like what I said, what pisses me off is that there is no normalcy to that line of thinking in cases. That is not a normal thing that happens in these cases. A normal thing that happens in these cases is parent involvement. They cover it up and they try to lie and bullshit because, of course, they don't want to do jail time or they don't want to do this. They know that fucking their days are numbered if they actually tell the truth what happened, and then it becomes a lie, and then their focus becomes on Meadow. And Daniel's pissed off because Malaya left his ass, even though Daniel doesn't realize, because he's such a narcissist, that he's a control freak, that he's, just not a good person to be in a relationship with. Daniel, you need to fix your fucking self. Malaya, you need to fix your fucking self. But at the end of the day, Jack and Lily deserve the justice that they deserve. But again, normalcy says that there's going to be parent involvement, and that this is basically what you would call a run-of-the-mill case with not all these oddities to it. But because of the lack of obviously any sort of arrest at this time, any sort of information, that's where these other things bloom and grow, right? But the thing is that to sit there and deem that Daniel's information, who's known to be inconsistent and outright lie, and someone's going to believe him, that doesn't make sense to me at all. So why would you do that in your real life? Right? Would you continuously support a liar in your real life? So that's why I say grow a brain, on here, and realize that you're believing a liar. So why would you believe a liar that's sitting there trying to portray? And I think he's really riding off of Durwood shit. Anyways.
So Carla brought up a good question, and I've thought this too. And it's bugged me, and I've not said it, and I've just kind of tried to figure it out. But she said, just wondering why Patty, Malaya's grandmother, would record Durwood's conversation over speakerphone with a third party. I have thought the same. This was before, right? This conversation that was recorded was before the kids went missing. So I have thought the same. Why would she record that conversation? and I can't make sense of it. And I've just kind of quit trying to
Wait,
figure that one out because I couldn't make sense of it. But I've thought the same. That stands out to me. Why would you record a conversation that happened, according to them, weeks before?
wait, tell me where this is weeks before. Wait,
Well,
what?
wasn't it like 2
No,
weeks before when Patty said to Durwood, supposedly, hey, you need to go get the kids out of that situation?
no, that's
I
not
mean,
when it was
even if it was
recorded.
the day before, even
No,
if it was the day before.
no, I don't know where you're getting that information from. That's
Which part?
no, the whole part. This didn't happen before the children went missing. The recording would have been after. This recording, you guys correct me if I'm wrong here, but this recording, can you pull it up in your documents, sir? That was Globe and Mail.
No, because I haven't put that in. Let me go down to Patty's
Okay.
because I think it might be in hers. But let's just
No.
hold on. Let me go over here. You say what
Okay,
you're going to say, and then I'll
yeah,
jump back in.
because this recording was about the fact that Durwood was calling basically about about the whole hidden shit and stuff like that, right? Now, the whole reason when Cheryl had reached out to me, and that's the day that I talked to Malaya. Oh, actually, sorry, that was before that. Sorry, because that was about more the auction and different stuff. So before that, it was about the fact of Durwood running around with this theory. And it's like, kind of like, can you stop him? And stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I'm going to do a live on it anyway. Absolutely. Because this whole hidden thing is a joke anyway. So,
Okay,
the
so
whole,
the recording was after the kids went missing?
yeah. Like this
Not
was
in the document. I'm trying to make sense of it.
It's not in the document. It's in an article. And I can't remember if it's the Globe and Mail or CBC, but I want to say that was it the Globe and Mail, everyone? Right. And so basically,
it was after the kids went missing, right?
Yes, correct.
The recording between Patty and Durwood were after the kids went missing.
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm mistaken because for some reason I thought it was before the kids went missing that she recorded the phone call of telling Durwood, hey, you need to go get Malaya and the kids out of this situation. I thought that's what that was. So that's on me. I am mistaken.
Yeah. Well, that's why I just didn't want that out there because, to people, people to be misconstrued in any way. Right. So yes, it was after the fact. And this was about the fact of Durwood and his whole hidden story and stuff like that. And it was, so it was basically to show this is what this person's doing, trying to create this whole, hidden theory towards Malaya. And regardless of what the truth is for Jack and Lily, it was him spewing around the fact of that he knows where the children are, Malaya's side of the family are doing this, blah, 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 right? Right. I think it was Malaya, MBM recorded the call too, right? So anyways, but that's what that was about, the recording, right? But it was all, the gist of it all was to do with the story of creating this, creating the fact that Malaya Brooks' side of the family had basically hid the children, and it was Cindy and it was this and it was all that, right? So Durwood started speaking to Patty a lot, right, when this case was happening, because they're cousins, right? Now, which would be Malaya's second cousin, Durwood would be. But anyways, so, and Patty, bless her heart, was believing a lot of this. And I think that a lot of the family was divided, right? It's like they didn't really know what happened to Jack and Lily, but I think just hopeful that they're still out there and that they're still alive, but I think that Durwood, who not only has brought his, son into the mix and other family members by the way he went about this all, created, his own downfall of why he became homeless, why Francis, the person he was with, basically because it was bringing bad attention to it, because again of the way it was all handled and stuff like that. And again, you put stuff like out there to the world and you start putting your name in everything. People are gonna show your face, gonna show where you live. They're gonna, like, the people that are good about content creating, and then there's ones that they just don't give a shit what they share, right, about somebody and stuff like that. Like, no morals, no boundaries, no nothing. But but the whole thing, like, a lot of it has been is, again, I think that Daniel's just riding off the coattails of Darren's bigger picture theory. And that's when, like Charmaine said, Janie, and I remember when Janie had said this as well, that it was about it becoming clearer once she talked to Durwood, right, about it all. But again, to me, it's just all a bunch of horseshit, because I don't believe at all that the children were heard by Janie at 9:20 or whatever the heck it was in the morning and stuff like that. It's just, to me, it's just a fabrication to go along with the rest of the timeline.
Okay, yeah, I had it backwards because for some reason I thought the recording was her telling Durwood beforehand that he needed to go get Malaya and kids. So that's on me. I was mistaken. But no, I don't think any of them are telling the truth for that morning, personally.
No. Again, it's because there's just so much. Like I said, their timeline, it's easy to poke holes at it all day long. It's inconsistent. Like, like they were trying to tell the same story. But again, to me, if you're in panic mode and you have to come up with this shit on the fly, more or less, you're coming up with like the basics of a story. But once you start getting into the details, that's when a story can really break down, and that's where the inconsistencies come out and stuff like that. But but at the end of the day, the one you're talking about is when Patty and him had a conversation, and Patty said, that he's abusing the kids, and and Malaya, like, go, basically try to get her out of there or get her away from it. Like, I kid you not. I think it's pretty clear that the relationship with Daniel and Malaya became extremely a toxic one. And Malaya, unfortunately, well, again, we don't know. We can't say unfortunately, because Malaya, to me, could be just as culpable of what happened to Jack and Lily, right? And so, at the end of the day, Malaya stayed in this relationship. I'm sure that she has a lot of blame inside. I'm sure her life just totally, like meeting Daniel, I think was like the straw that broke the camel's back, in a sense, and that it was just probably the most toxic relationship, the most controlling, the most crazy, the most the one that just put her on a even bigger downward spiral than she already was, and stuff like that. And like a true narcissist, you push, you pull, you push, you pull, you blame, you say sorry, and you keep doing this. And like I said, people that have been in a narcissistic relationship will totally understand what I mean when I say that. But unfortunately, right, again, Jack and Lily disappeared, but was it at the sake of the children getting some medication just to calm them down? And this was the demise. And again, we don't know the true answer there, but at least that one makes sense to my ear. At least that one makes sense why Malaya would not speak out if it was just a Daniel thing, right? But anyways, acting like nothing happened. Absolutely. Okay, so I want to go into Hunter S. True Crimes video now, because there's definitely things in there that I want to talk about, because sometimes, like I said, you don't remember things until you do things and stuff like that. And where is it here? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to play it on 1.25 speed, first of all. The little bit that Hunter S. True Crimes has some music in it, so I'm not really sure if it's going to get a copyright claim. So I'm going to kind of stop and start it like very quickly a couple times just because of that, because you can kind of get away with about 8 seconds worth on there. 1 second. Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to, whoops, stop screen, share screen. And this one here. Wait, why did I hit cancel? Okay, right here. Okay. So again, Hunter S. True Crime. Make sure we put up his little taggy here. And I've dropped the link. And Melissa, if you want to drop your link for your documents again in chat for people. Where's Bossman? Did he say he was leaving? Good night. Things to be done by everyone. All right. Wasn't sure if you were still here actually there, Brad. Thank you so much. And again, I'm not really sure if I'm sure like there's things that he might have said that I didn't catch. So it's really hard to do a live and then see everything. That's going on here. But thank you so much again for your time and for any questions that you answered for everyone, Brad. Okay. Media. Okay, that's not what I wanted to hit. Banners, Hunter S. True Crime. Okay, so it's a very good video that he did. There's a couple things in there that we'll talk about. Well, actually, I'll just say it now. One of the things we're going to talk about is in here. You're going to hear at the 12:09 mark, approximately, about the black eye and it being set as May 1st. Okay, that is inaccurate. That is April 30th. That was the Wednesday. So sometimes, right, little mistakes are made like that. But sometimes when people see that, then they're like, oh, right, I didn't know it was April 30th. I thought it was always April 30th, not May 1st, but it was April 30th, which was the one day. And then I confirmed that as well by the actual, I believe it was from the decibel that came from that particular piece. Okay, so we're going to start and stop with this again.
Not Indian, but kind of made like
Mi'kmaq is what she says.
Other things, my eyes are gray.
Okay, her eyes are gray. Okay. Didn't know that actually. Are they like they're
Yeah, pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah.
Great eyes. And also one
last thing. That's what she's gonna say.
I love listening to music.
Oh, all right. She loves listening to music. I'm just starting and stopping it because it's playing music.
And that's basically it. So I hope you guys are having a great day. Bye.
Bye. I think Shasta said that she's Canadian.
Bye, Lily.
Lily is, she was my little dream girl, that's the first granddaughter. And I love that she had brown hair and she had a space between her teeth, which I had when I was a kid. So yeah, she was our little princess. Jack was such a sober, serious little baby that he didn't like to smile. You could tickle him and he would look at you ever so serious, like he was really studying you. I thought they were the picture perfect family. She told me that she wasn't happy and she thinks she's going to leave. And I told her that we supported whatever she decides, that one good parent is way better than two broken ones.
My son has been living here for 11 months now, and he does not have a criminal record whatsoever. And he has had nothing to do with the children for 3 years.
Yeah.
Him and Malaya were together for 3.5 years. Their relationship went downhill really fast after Jack was born. Malaya told me that she was not happy.
Just quickly, I can't, I put on the closed captions, but my banner thing underneath of this, it's still covering it up. So unfortunately, I can't show the closed captions. And because this is somebody else's stuff, I gotta have his banner because it is his work and stuff like that. So when the live's over, you can watch the closed captions, okay? So sorry about that.
She definitely wanted out of the relationship, and we supported her 100%. My son, I don't know if it was the pressures of trying to support a family. I'm not sure what happened, but he started drinking a lot, started doing the drugs, and in the end, he just didn't care. And she got tired of it and left. She went to court for full custody, and she went to court for child support payments, and he was paying child support right up until 11 months ago now, when he lost his job, lost his apartment, and lost his vehicle, and that's why he's home. Now that we have that out of the way, does it suck? Yes, it does. I make no excuses for him, but he is my son, and I love him with all my heart.
I looked at the fact that when her and my son separated, my son walked away. He chose to walk away, that she wanted sole custody of the kids. So she petitioned the courts for sole custody, and when she did that, he said he was done. Malaya, she was a sweetheart.
Hi guys, it's Malaya. Apparently, it's more of like an about me video, so that, I don't know, because since I'm getting into this YouTube thing, I just thought it'd be more appropriate to know about me. A horse, it's a Percheron horse, and her name is Raven, a golden retriever dog named Goodbye. I have a little Shih Tzu named Gabriella. She's something else. Horseback ride, but I had to quit because my back problems would not go away. Raven, when I
like she said, she had back problems going on. So because of getting obviously kicked off a horse there and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, when you have back problems, honestly, I've had a back problem issue before. For the most part, it got fixed. But when I was like 26, I just remember going to like pick up a box and like at my job, and I got a zap through my back, and for like literally a year, I couldn't really walk. Like it took forever. It just hurt to sit. It hurt to stand and stuff like that. But, you know, perhaps Malaya was taking medication for her, like, you know, like tablets or whatever for her back problem issues, because again, back problem issues, right? They can really impact a person's day. It's kind of like having a toothache when it really, really hurts and stuff like that. So possibly, perhaps, we don't know for sure. You know, I mean, obviously maybe her family would know. I think actually Belinda, didn't you talk about, I felt like Belinda and I talked about this like right near the start, but I can't remember anymore. About medication, or that Daniel said she was on medication. Do you remember what you said, Belinda, if you're still here on that one? Not at the time.
You know, Sonny, something I noticed, I don't know if Hunter shows it in here or not, because I haven't seen this video yet, but pay attention to how emotional she is, and how, I know this was years ago. She was like, I don't know, 16, 18. I don't know. It was years ago. Yeah. But pay attention to the emotion that she shows for these animals. That is the emotion she should show for her children. Well,
that's the thing, is that, and I know she's a Pisces, but that's the thing, is that I agree with Belinda. Like, I believe that Malaya loves her children. And I don't, like, I think that when Belinda has spoken about Malaya, like she talked about the patience and stuff like that. Usually when you love animals, you love people as well, you know, and especially the children. So I do feel like she, like, although we're not seeing this Malaya now that seems to be caring about Jack and Lily missing, you know, again, whether it's a block mechanism going on with this because of this accident that happened, but I don't feel like Malaya, say, didn't love her children. I just feel like Malaya got into this relationship with Daniel that created a big depression. And Daniel said it was worse than, what was it? What's the one you have after you have children?
Postpartum
Depression, that it was worse than postpartum depression. I think that she was just in a hellhole of a relationship, and that she, just what you, let me put it this way, when you're in a depression, again, right, and each to their own, but just from my own experience, because I never didn't know what depression was up until I went through my divorce and stuff like that. Like, you feel like a freaking ass zombie. And when I went into somewhat of a depression, like 6 years ago and stuff like that, when I was feeling like a big loser because my job ended because of the economy, and it just seemed like nobody wanted to hire me, and my husband was taking on the weight. And honestly, I just didn't feel like I just cared about living at all. And I was just, my husband was pretty much doing all the cleaning and cooking, and I was too busy sitting there doing like a poor me syndrome, because I just felt like I just didn't care. Nobody else seemed to care. Like, my family's broken, and all this stuff. And when you're in a depression, again, it's not like you're, say, necessarily wanting to, of course, but, so I just feel like myself in this relationship with Daniel, that she became in this depression, because of this relationship that was not healthy and good. And yet she was obviously staying in it. But I just feel like she was, neglecting the children, neglecting the, like the basic needs, because she was in this depression, that's kind of how I feel about Malaya, and why the house was a mess, in a sense, because she just didn't seem to give a shit, in a sense, about, anything besides Meadow. Is what it was been portrayed like. I don't know. That's just an assumption on my part. But Malaya is living a life of being clingy and looking for others to fulfill her needs, and stuff. But I just really feel like this relationship with Daniel, based on Belinda getting pushed away, based on everyone getting pushed away, because like Malaya said, Daniel said, I basically had to get rid of my friends. I just feel like in total, she was definitely in a depression. And when you're in that state, it's really hard to kind of come back out of, unless you're kind of taking medication and different stuff like that. But that's just my own thoughts. Yeah, you guys want to see that? 1 second. There we go. Fair use disclaimer.
So, Belinda said that she was on, hold on, let me go up here. She was on meds for anxiety and depression when they first got together, but then she went off of them. So,
well,
when
again,
Cody and her first got,
yeah. And again, Belinda basically, again, right, like other people, got pushed out of her life. So she really can't say a lot more than what she kind of knows, than what happened then. Besides Daniel maybe saying things to Belinda, about Malaya and stuff like that, like during the search and stuff like that. And, saying some information in that to her, like, saying that she had worse than postpartum depression and stuff like that. But again, I think that a lot of the family, and maybe her mom perhaps knows more, meaning Cindy. But again, Malaya, said that Daniel basically let her to have one friend, and that one friend she barely spoke to. But yet, she obviously talked to her mother. Haley said she had seen the kids like 3 times in 2 years. So it's just kind of like she eliminated. So who knows what was going on in Malaya's life, or what pills or not pills she could have been taking. But, it won't shock me if obviously she was, taking some sort of pills for perhaps pain, perhaps depression, anxiety and stuff like that. Absolutely. But anyway, let me play this more again. This is by Hunter. Let me just take this down. One second. She definitely needs to work on herself. They both do. Hunter S. True Crime, okay? Again, a compilation of stuff from different portions, but he did a really good job. And it takes a lot of work to do these type of videos.
First rode her when she was green. I got bucked off, and forever now I have back problems. I love animals, all kinds, but my most favorite animal is a wolf. And if I could get a husky dog, they're...
And the only reason I'm doing this is because I hear music, and I don't know if it's copyright music.
Like, they resemble wolves. I would. Now, to dance when I'm really hyper, I can get really, really hyper. And I'm just like, ooh. My last thing about me, I'm a Canadian. Yeah.
I'm a Canadian.
Anytime we wanted to see the kids, she'd come by for a visit. She'd bring them by all the time. It was actually really, really good.
When she broke up with Cody and was back at her mom's, it was about 6 to 7 months when she told me she's going to start dating again. And I told her I thought it was a wonderful idea. And she had met somebody. She posted pictures of them. They were together only for a couple of months. And she told me that it didn't work out, that she just found him a little overbearing and she wasn't happy with the way he was around the kids. So that ended. And it was only about possibly a month, maybe a month and a half, when she stated she met Daniel. Sorry. Yeah.
What struck me about Belinda is that she understood and described a change in Malaya that she noticed over the last few years.
I thought her gift was being a mom. That I really thought that was her God-given gift, that she seemed to just breeze through it. She was actually everything a grandmother could want for a mom.
Really?
Okay.
She was an excellent mom. An excellent mom. She didn't raise her voice. She had more patience than I had as a mom.
Wow. And so what do you think happened?
Things started to change when she met Daniel.
Okay.
That she had told us about meeting him, and that she did believe it was going somewhere. So I was happy for her.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, well, as long as he makes her happy, because kids are happy if mom's happy.
Yeah.
And we kept in communication that the kids' birthdays and Christmas, that she was staying with her grandmother at that time in Truro.
Yeah.
So we would go there to drop off the kids' birthday gifts or Christmas gifts and visit with them. Then we noticed that it started to change a bit.
And what kind of change did you notice in her?
She started to get distance. That the last visit she had them here, that was in the summer before Jack's birthday, so that probably would have been around July or August.
Mm-hmm.
She did make the comment that it bothered Daniel coming to visit us. That he assumed that she was coming so she could run into Cody. And I thought, well, I mean, they're only young, so we made it clear that, look, if he's got a problem, bring him too.
Do you think that the reason why you haven't seen them in the last 2 years is because of that?
I do feel it's because of him. I do. I mean, she was coming all the time up until she got with him. But Malaya knew that this will always be a second home for her, that they were our grandkids. So she was more than welcome here whenever she wanted to come by.
What do you remember about the kids?
Kids, they were happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Yeah.
Yes. Every time I seen them, they always lived at their grandmother's in Truro.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Well, at their great grandmother's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
At Patty Carter's. That's where I used to go visit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Until this guy moved him away, and that was the last time I seen him.
When's the last time that you got to see Lily and Jack?
I seen Lily last year when she brought her up here. That's the last time I seen Lily.
Connie Brooks told us some interesting information. Malaya had been there to get her status card updated, so she is a member of the First Nation, and she visited her grandmother and other relatives, and her grandmother asked her about her relationship with Daniel Martell.
But I asked her, did he hurt you? She didn't really say he hurt her, but he held her down. He held her down and took her phone on her, and she couldn't talk. She couldn't be allowed to use the phone.
I want to talk about that for a second there, because I really feel like she minimized absolutely the relationship and what was truly going on with it all. Do you feel like, and you guys can see, like everyone keeps saying, ever since she met Daniel Martell, ever since she met Daniel Martell. Now, no excuses here whatsoever. 2 children are missing. And, so what happened to Jack and Lily, regardless, but the thing is that, again, I don't think that Malay is this evil person inside. Again, usually people that love animals, love people, love children for sure, and stuff like that. So, that part of me, I probably feel myself, but this is about 2 missing children, first and foremost. Whatever freaking health issues or stuff like that, whatever it is, this has resulted in 2 missing children underneath their watch. And that's the bottom line. But I feel like she's definitely minimizing. Do you think so, Melissa, when it comes to this? I think she's definitely minimizing what was truly going on in her and Daniel's relationship. And again, this might just simply go back
I fully agree with that.
I mean, it just really could go back really to the culpability. Maybe more the culpability lies on Malaya than we think. And it's only because Daniel Martell's, out in the forefront, always sitting there making up excuses for everything or inconsistencies and blah, 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 But I definitely feel like Malaya has definitely minimized this. Because we heard about the cell phone, that every time she tries to leave him, he takes the cell phone and, holds her to the ground basically so that she can't call. Malaya said that he had pushed her up against the wall once, but then he apologized. Again, all right, to me, Daniel is still a absolute complete narcissist, in my opinion, for this. Oh, is it still playing? Oh no, it's not. Okay, I thought it was still going. He was having her, I don't know what you call it, scared. She couldn't go anywhere, do anything, Connie said. That's what she told me, and that's what I told detectives. Absolutely. And Malaya has shown in her messages to Belinda and her messages to me that, like, this is a controlling relationship, that he basically told her what friends that she couldn't have, basically, and her family. And again, that Haley and I think it was Cheryl were blocked and stuff like that. And he told her what to wear. Again, I think this runs a lot deeper than what we truly know. But, at the end of the day, still, right? Regardless, something happened to Jack and Lily. And again, these people definitely have, definite issues, going on with their selves and their insecurities in their lives. And, and typically what happens is someone that does have a caring heart. So Malaya is, again, I think that she's that child that got everything pretty much handed to her on a silver platter. Works one time, she's reliant on men to fulfill her needs, type of idea. She's pregnant with 2 children, Jack and Lily, of course, from Cody. Then she has Meadow with Daniel. Now she has 2 children, but yet she finds herself, being a mother of 3, in this relationship that probably started off, like Daniel said, meet me by the waterfall, to the old Daniel, that quickly, probably in a short period of time, became a very controlling relationship. Like I said, only because I've been in it myself, I can speak on this. I can speak on domestic violence, and I can sure speak on narcissistic personalities and stuff like that, especially when you live it, which is more than somebody that hasn't lived it, that wants to talk out of a book or something like that, or just by whatever, right? It's, again, when you go through stuff, it's definitely, it's like, hands-on of so as I'm listening to this myself, right, I can just feel like people that, like I said, like animals, people, children, we attract narcissistic people. We do. Because of our caring hearts. And I think that there's a lot to be said when Belinda said that she had more patience even than she did, and stuff like that. I believe that Malaya was there. I just think that in this relationship with Daniel was just to the demise of Malaya, but because she's clingy and needs people to fulfill her needs, in a sense, right? again, it's really easy to fall into the push-pull and someone saying sorry because you love them. Like, she's probably in the relationship because she loves Daniel. Daniel's in the relationship because he believes he loves Malaya, of course, or, but yet he's controlling and trying to control everything. He doesn't want her to go see Belinda because Cody's there. Again, these are all actions of a jealous, narcissistic personality, right? And hence why, I guess Malaya was trying to leave, but I definitely feel like she's minimizing the trueness of what was going on there. But anyways, well, was there anything you want to say there before I hit play again?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So it says he was having her. Okay, we already said that. When she asked her granddaughter about drug use in her home,
the community has been involved in the search and providing legal assistance to their mother.
He told her that Daniel concealed the drug addiction for nearly a year of their relationship.
So it is a part of the story. We learned through our reporting that Nova Scotia's Child Protection Office had been contacted by the kids' school concerned about the way they were showing up at school. We don't know the specific details of what the concern was that prompted that call.
1 second.
But we do know that caused a child.
Always coming back, Sonny.
Thanks, McMac. Like I said, this case is very important to me, but kind of like Melissa was talking about and stuff like that, right? Our mental health does matter to us. And being in the true crime space is very heavy on the heart. And I need my breaks as well. And I need my time to myself just to, rejuvenate and stuff like that. Again, and obviously I work full time, but I'm not the type of person just to give up. Some people wonder, well, you're not doing a live. I didn't do one last week and stuff like that. But I just really just wanted to just spend some time to myself enjoying some of the things like my Hallmark movies at Christmas time and stuff like that. Never forgetting about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. But everyone needs, even you guys, like all you guys watching that are here, you guys always have to watch your, the mental health part of it, because these type of cases can really eat at your hearts. And I've seen so many people get impacted by cases, right? And you really just have to have a good balance of things as best as you can. Because again, this is a hard case because two beautiful children are missing. People that have children can't understand or fathom how these two children are 7 months later, no answers. And it can really do, a lot of in the headspace of following cases, right? But thank you so much, McMac, for that. Biggest hugs. And I know you're a big, follower of this case and supporter. So thank you. And thanks, Brian. Yeah, I'm just like Melissa. She needed to take a break, from doing the documents. She was going, gung-ho hard at them. And then it just becomes a little bit too much, just every day plowing away. That at some point you just gotta just rest until you feel like you're rejuvenated again on that one. Okay, so.
Protection worker to go to the children's house and interview their parents. And this was in the months before their disappearance.
The CPS went to their house in December, and they should have took the kids out of there. Like, look at the look of the house. They get the locks on the door, and the boy be there, this and that. But why'd she stay there? No, she could have went to her grandmother's in Bob Hill. You know how many times we tried to... She was at the grandmother's before they went there, Dan and her. He got two from a previous marriage. And those two that are missing are hers. Then they got the little girl together. And he didn't like her kids at all. But she said they beat them all.
I was looking through the Facebook page of the children's school.
I got to stop there because Wade said, now don't forget, right? Again, Wade is Cindy's other half. They've been together for about 5 years, 5 to 6 years. He said that she said that he beat them, right? So Daniel keeps going around with this whole thing about Malaya being the abusive one and stuff like that. But it could have been a very much of a two-way street going on here. Again, it's a relationship that's not good, especially if there's resentment in it and stuff like that. But like what Wade's saying here, that she, like that Daniel basically didn't seem to like her kids. Who knows? And maybe it's because that they were just, overactive children, type of thing. And they were perhaps a lot of work, but whatever. Right. As a parent, you do what you do. But saying that she said that he beat them. Right, Melissa?
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse again.
That was it?
That was it.
Okay. Okay. So
understand what their school life was like. I was really just curious about the types of things they did at school and, what their lives were like there. And I came across a photo of Jack with a black eye. And so that photo was dated December 13th, 2024. It was 5 months before he and Lily disappeared. I asked Daniel how Jack received the black eye in December, and he didn't respond. But in private Facebook messages that were shared with me, he acknowledged that Jack had many black eyes. He said Lily even had a black eye when Jack and Lily disappeared from an incident that happened on May 1st, the day before the children went missing. He said...
Okay, so again, it's not May 1st, it's April 30th. Okay, so that's the correction for that. It was the Wednesday when they were over at Patty's house. He said that Lily, basically pressed on a Tonka truck and whacked her in the eye. Apparently these kids, have a ton of black eyes, and Daniel basically says that, a lot of them are from Lily.
Tonka truck that she pushed down on swung up and hit her in the face.
But the most of the black eyes were probably from Lily, because, and I don't want to say 100% because Jack was really clumsy too. Like when we used to take him to the woods, he would fall a lot. I remember one time too, Jack ran right into the doorknob on the door. They would throw stuff at each other. They were quite aggressive toward each other.
Now the house like that, I'm checking to see if there's food in the fridge. I'm checking see if there's locks on it. It's just that use a lock. And Daniel's daughter, she's like 8 or 9. Her name was Rain. She said, Malaya locked him in the room. Yeah, right. Yeah, but she didn't care. She didn't bust it. She bring him over and clothes her stuff and filthy. Was she always like this? Yeah. Oh, you wasn't brought up like that. See, they asked her to set the kids up. This was in December. And plus, why would she stay there? If someone's beating my kids, I'm breaking their fucking hands. Exactly. And 3 months ago, we told her, before that happened, I'll say 3 months before May, we had the U-Haul truck to move her back to her grandmother's house. We had a big house like Red Cliff and Bible Hill.
Okay, so we'll stop that one there again. So he makes this comment, about, there was 2 actually, about CPS. And like they should have taken the children out like back in December. And, a lot of people do have issues with that, because if you knew that this was going on, why wouldn't you have called CPS and type of thing? And so that, obviously, or get them taken out of the home if this stuff is going on. So there's a little bit of controversy around that, because I thought it was said that like Cindy or whatever was, filing a suit or whatever against CPS. And this is where it kind of comes along like that. Jack and Lily were failed. A lot of children get failed in the situations, right? But what do you think about that, Melissa? Like, because if they were told that the children were being beat and stuff like that, then
they sure didn't do anything about it.
So
they must not have cared too much, because they didn't do shit about it.
Right.
Even Cindy herself said in the court document she had a video call with the kids so that she could see them, and that she seen them on this video call and nothing stuck out to her. Well, a black eye doesn't stick out. How many black eyes have they had if a black eye doesn't stick out as something unusual to you?
Well, yeah. So, only because I don't know like the full story behind this all, but I would like to know the truth about this black eye because, why is Danielle telling us about this black eye? Is it because if the children are found that Lily had a black eye, or like what's his purpose? Or, does he feel like he's just being truthful and telling us about this black eye? Like he gives us information, luckily for us in a sense that nobody actually knew about or asked for, but it's because of him saying this stuff that we have this knowledge about this black eye on the Wednesday night when they were at Patty's, but yet there's nothing that's like, there's nobody that's confirmed that either by the same token. So wouldn't you think that Cindy would have saw, like you said, a black eye when she was talking with them on whatever it was, Messenger or whatever, but so it's kind of like, well, if you knew stuff was going on, I'm just thinking.
Well, I'm right there with you on that. Like, is he just trying to cover his tracks for when the kids are found? That's a possibility. Maybe she didn't have a black eye. Maybe that's why nothing stuck out to Cindy. But when you find the kids and Lily has a broken orbital socket or a black eye, well, this is why. I told you back then, Jack hit her with a Tonka truck and she had a black eye. Like, it wasn't from me, it was from Jack. But all of the excuses, they're aggressive towards each other. It was a Tonka truck. Yeah. Jack ran into a doorknob. All of those are classic abuser excuses. They are.
Well, again, right? Like, we're not hearing great things, and we're hearing Wade say that she told us that he beat the kids and stuff like that. So, my only thing that's going through my head, and maybe I just could have it wrong, is that if this was stuff that was told after the fact of what? Well, no, because if CPS, well, I'm gonna listen to that piece again. I want to listen to that little piece again. So this was at 13:39. So let me just go back to this. Oh, this was the other part. Hold on. I'm going to talk about this. She didn't care. She'd bring them over. Their clothes filthy, their faces. She wasn't brought up like that. And I don't think that that's the Malaya that Belinda remembers as well. That's going on. And now, as for Cindy, whatever, I think suing CPS or something like that. Yeah, I know that I heard that, but I haven't overly paid much attention about that all because there's definitely CPS stuff going on, but because I'm not overly familiar with the laws and the different things of CPS and exactly how it works, I feel mostly uncomfortable talking about the stuff about, because I just don't know exactly how it just all works when it comes to CPS. To me, all I know is that when children are not being properly taken care of, that people call CPS right on them. And, because obviously you don't want children living in an unhealthy environment and stuff like that. They sue you. Yeah, they don't press charges. They sue. So I just want to listen to this part again.
Was it always like this? Yeah. Or you wasn't brought up like that. See, the answer is kids. This was in December. And plus, why would you stay there? If someone's beating my kids, I'm breaking their fucking hand. Exactly. And 3 months ago, we told her. Oh, before that happened.
Well, obviously they would have known.
3 months before May. We had the U-Haul truck to move her back to her grandmother's house. She had a big house.
Yeah. Obviously, if it was 3 months prior and stuff like that, like meaning, then that's knowledge, right? If they were going to move her out, it's because of the knowledge of, Daniel and what was going on in that household and different stuff. And then she ended up staying. And I think that's where it becomes the fact of, obviously, if you're trying to remove her, that you've been told about stuff that's going on. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. They went missing before CPS was to be there. Wait, what? They went missing before CPS was to be there, did they not? Well, I think that that's what they were afraid of, is that CPS. If they knew about the black eye, that CPS, and hence why Malaya kept using things in her interview that, that the children were always supervised and stuff like that. Was there supposed to be? No, don't think there was supposed to be one, Marie, about like a CPS visit. Besides, because of this, and a lot of people feel like, obviously, if CPS found out that about a black eye, right, it's not going to look good. And I'm sure CPS came out. Hold on, CPS came out in regards to Lily pulling her hair. And Daniel, this is where I think that was what, about, like they said, a few months prior or whatever. Just trying to get my head straight around this one. Because Daniel said that it was because of learning, like disabilities type of idea. When the truth was, and then he talked about it on DT though, but it was Lily was like pulling out her hair and stuff like that. So there was concerns about what was going on, right, in the home. Now, I just remember in the article, I'm just trying to remember. Do you know, Melissa, or no?
No, not really. But Lori said that. Crap, I lost it. Anyway, Lori said that CPS would remove instantly if the kids were being physically abused, but not necessarily because, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it the school that turned in a CPS complaint and about everything, and the school was who reported her pulling out her hair and all of this, and that's why CPS went out there. So not necessarily would CPS have stepped in. How many cases have we looked at? Sebastian Rogers, CPS never took him. They should have. Harmony Montgomery, CPS should have took her. Nobody did.
Right.
It's not uncommon for CPS to come in and say, well, why don't we put this safety plan in place? They can't be alone with so-and-so, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. And they do all that stuff before they take the kids a lot of times. So
Yeah,
not necessarily would they have been instantly removed.
Yeah. Gonna have to get my dates set on that one. It's kind of like I said, so much information comes along sometimes that the dates and that all of a sudden they get whacked in my head, because they're talking about the one in December, but yet there's the one that was a few months prior to them missing. December, January, February, right? February, and then March, April, May. So I think it was sometime about February, March, April, May. I just remember it was a couple months prior, because of I keep picturing that article when they don't necessarily say the dates, but they said a few months before. And I don't think that that's the one. Is that the one to do with April or December? I'm sorry, I'm getting it mixed up in my head at this moment. Oh, Micmac gifted 5 Crime and Shame memberships. Oh, thank you, Micmac. Let's see who got those. Let's see here. Micmac, Crafty Mama, Thali, 1962 Melody, MZ Michelle, and then Brianna. Were all gifted a membership by Micmac. Well, again, that's kind of anyone's guess, to be honest with you, Body. But thank you, Micmac, for gifting 5 other people a membership to the channel. So again, for people that have memberships, you don't have to deal with the slow mode. You can watch any of the members' lives that are there, and you can play with the emoticons. And you got 1 month to do so. Okay. And then
So, can I respond to Lori real quick here?
Yeah.
She said, American, if Malaya told Cindy and Wade the police would have been involved, take that by itself. Not necessarily, unless Wade and Cindy called the cops, and we don't know that they did. And CPS and Malaya would have been assessed mentally, possibly, not always, if she denied it. And if previous black eyes were seen at school, the kids rarely went to school. They missed like 41 days out of the school year, according to Daniel. So CPS, even though they weren't in school very much, had already noticed enough that they called CPS. So, like, I think the kids were kept home when they had these black eyes. I think a lot of that is why they were kept home, in my opinion.
Could very well be true.
Yes.
True. Unless I was talking about if Cindy and Wade reported it. You know,
if is your key word there.
Right. I want to say this because I remember distinctly there was something that Wade said about in that tent video. You guys remember tent, the ones that recorded Wade there, and he's the one that's done the drone footage and stuff like that. And so I just remember Wade saying something about missing documents, like it's like the documents just disappeared. So if you guys go back and watch Tint's video on Wade, again, there's a lot of things there that if you listen closely, there's things that sometimes you miss and then you hear them. You know, I've listened to that recording multiple times. I haven't listened to it probably in a couple months now again, but there's multiple things that is said. And that's why I like this with Hunter True Crime when he's inserting these, because sometimes you're listening to it and you're going, oh yeah, right. You know, because there's like a little bunch of tidbits, but I distinctly remember Wade saying something about, you know, and what, like the paperwork just seemed to disappear. And as I think it was almost something to do with, you know, like Mackenzie's, Martell's or something, knowing somebody in the thing, in the system or something like that. But anyways, for anyone that wants to go listen to that, just go to you know, Tint's channel. Some people might know him as Jim Walker, and he has that there.
I will post that link.
Yeah, thank you if you could do that. And again, this video that we're watching, again, please go subscribe over to Hunter S True Crime. He really does good jobs on his videos. Unfortunately, like I said, the one video is taken down, but you definitely always have to give your credit when you're using the products of other content creators, or you know, of it, or the information and stuff like that, right? Because some of the stuff is the Globe and Mail, some of it's, you know, from Hidden Fog and stuff like that. But anyways, you guys, Wade stated that, yeah. And the case followed.
So that link I posted is to Tint's video that Hunter is actually using this.
Yeah, and I really recommend, again, listening to it. You got to really listen to it with ear pods in, because there's so much back noise and stuff like that. But I really recommend it because there's just lots of tidbits in there that you don't necessarily catch, you know, sometimes after even 3 times and stuff. You're like, oh, did I miss that? But anyways, okay.
The day before, no, I'm not moving. Yeah. What do you want to see? There's rats in the walls.
Exactly. I think that's like many times.
After seeing the place, seeing the condition of the home, it was like the total opposite of what I knew of Malaya. she was always clean, very clean about herself, about the kids, about her home. This home looked more like a camp, but it was very unkempt. I was pretty surprised. I went in to see Malaya again. I assumed she was in shock. She was very, very non-emotional, very just flat, monotone. But Malaya's very soft-spoken anyway. That she's not usually excitable.
Okay, so that says May 2nd at 6:15 a.m. Malaya marked Lily and Jack out of school for 6. Actually, that's 6:17 and 6:18. She woke up, set her alarm or whatever. I think it was it 6 or 6:15? But either way, and then she marked the kids out of school. That's according to her. At 8:28, Malaya made an unanswered call to her mom, Cindy. Could it have been no, because she had to go to the window in order to make a phone call. Daniel's the one that answered on that one to me, and then he showed me a message about that, and basically it said, "Baby, are you like near the window to see this message?" type of thing. And Malaya answers back, and so she would have to get up. And I asked him. He said his phone didn't work in the bedroom, but that hers did if she stood near the window. Now, because he showed me a message as well, I believe that. Like, that's one of the things that Daniel said that I do believe, because there was a message to kind of back that up. Now, of course, that's in the documents. At 10:01, Malaya called 911 to report Lily and Jack missing. That morning, Malaya messaged Belinda, "I never thought that they would run off on me like that." She wrote, "I'm so distraught." Here, I'm going to pause this. Hours later, Malaya floated the idea that Jack and Lily were abducted. Many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody. She texted Belinda, right? And those are the messages that Belinda had sent to me that I've posted. Those, again, there was, I think, 2 times. I think it was 2 times that I put up messages from Malaya on Belinda's conversations. But anyways, many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody. She texted Belinda because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack. Right. Again, Daniel running around planting stuff. Maybe some of it wasn't found, but the blanket was like freaking there, evident. Through the night, Malaya texts Belinda, "I have reason to believe that they may have been taken by someone." She wrote, "They should have found them by now if they were in the woods." Malaya gave 2 statements to RCMP the first day, and while Daniel fell asleep early the first night that Jack and Lily were missing, that was at 9:09 if you guys remember, Malaya says that she was awake until 3 a.m. That's the May 2nd, of course.
When I found out that they were missing, I thought they were lost in the woods. I thought they were lost in the woods right up until we went there Saturday morning. And seeing where Malaya lived, seeing Malaya herself. And I still thought, well, the children must be up in the woods. There was a lot of woods. You could see the kids' toys all over the yard. You knew they well played there. Malaya was pretty, I'm not sure if it's shock, but she was very flat, non-emotional flat. I put it down to shock. She just didn't know what to do, and she kept saying she didn't know what to do. As for the people around her, I know when we come into the driveway, Janie was sitting on some kind of a bench thing or something in the driveway, and I can't remember who the woman was beside her. There was a policewoman standing there, and the policewoman was talking to them. We couldn't make out what she was saying until we got up closer. And Janie was really crying a lot, and this woman was saying to her, "It's okay, Mom, they're not blaming you. They just want to look in your trailer. They're not blaming you. They just need to make sure that there's nothing in the trailer."
I don't think so, Nana.
There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself. for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this would have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
She went on to say that there was nothing in the trailer. She didn't want them around her dog. And the policewoman told her that she was impeding an investigation and she would have to get a search warrant. And then I thought, well, we'll just continue on into the trailer. When I walked into the trailer, we went in through the front door where it's a little.
I'll stop that there for a second, because to me, regardless, that is absolutely strange. Is that, I mean, I know that Janie cares about her dog deeply, so much so, right? She's mentioned him multiple times in all of her audios and stuff like that. But Janie, like she said she was like crying really hard, about all this. But if there's one thing that kind of stood out too, is when Malaya, she said she made the same comment. Like, I don't think that she wanted someone to go in there because of her dog or something like that. It was exactly what Janie had said. Why? But at any point though, at what point would a normal person say, no, yeah, no problem, just let me get my dog out, type of idea? Like, just let me, you would do that. 2 children are missing, and literally you're being told like that you're hindering an investigation. And so didn't that always strike you as strange about that, Melissa?
Yeah, it did, because like for me, and I've actually had this happen where I've had to have police at my home for something, and I had to tell them, I said, you guys wait at the door, wait just 1 second, let me put my dog up, and you can come in, just let me get my dog up so that we don't run the risk of somebody getting bit. And they're like, yeah, that's fine, put the dog up, whatever. And I put him out on a chain, and then they came in, and they were going to search my home. And they were searching my home because my neighbor was a convicted felon, and he had ran after he beat his wife, and they thought he might have come to my house because he was friends with Nick. And I'm like, just let me put the dog up, and then you guys can come in. They were perfectly fine with that. And that's all Janie had to do. But she kept saying, well, she didn't want this lady. She didn't want him in the house because of her dog. She didn't want him in the house because of her dog. And if you go back to the audio, she kept saying that she didn't want him in the house because of the dog. And then it turned to, well, just let me put my dog up. But that's not what you said. You said you said you're not coming in my home enough, that the RCMP said you are impeding the investigation. Period.
Remember, she said
you
she
didn't
doesn't
say,
have
let me go get my dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go get my dog and put my dog up, or let me get my dog and bring him outside and put him on a chain so you can go look. None of that was said. It was just you're not going in. So yeah, I mean, that strikes me as weird, because any normal person would say, give me a second, let me put, my pup up so you don't get bit, or he doesn't get out, or whatever.
Or it's for one of those, instances where she knows the truth of what happened to Jack and Lily. And she's, again, this kind of like, and this is just allegedly, of course, but it just goes back to me. If you don't know how to lie, when you're in a situation that, when you're lying and you're acting like there's no involvement on your part, you don't know how to really put your thoughts out per se, because you're, like I said, if you're telling the truth genuinely, it shows, and your actions are that of, again, running to Janie's trailer and saying, hey, Mom, are the children in here? Or Janie just being like, sure, let me just get my dog out. But to me, it all stems from that, if you're making up a story and you don't exactly know, you're lying. So it's not natural thinking. So Janie probably knows, well, there's nothing to fucking see in here. I already know that, right? Because I already know fucking that the kids, whatever, So you don't know how to naturally do things organically, because if it's a lie, that's why things seem off, right? That, you guys get that, right? Please, that makes sense. Please show what? I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
We need to see the
One.
screenshot that Charmaine's talking about.
Oh, I didn't know that she wanted me to see that or show that on there. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Shares 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. 1 second.
Yes. You know, Bev said, well, we are talking about Janie. She probably was just not thinking clearly and worried about the dog. She did, after all, let them in and nothing was found. True, she did, but not right away. And she only did after they told her they would take her to jail.
Well, I was going to say exactly. Again, if like, and this is just allegedly, right? But if you don't know really. Hi, Taryn. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate that. Thank you for being here. And so again, if you don't know how to act because it's a lie of the story you're telling, for her, in her head, she could easily be thinking like, well, I know that they're fucking weren't in here. So, no, I'm not letting a dog in, not realizing you have to act more of a certain way. So if it's genuine and organic, normally, most times it would be like, yeah, no problem. Let me just get my dog out. Right. But if you know something and you have guilty knowledge of something happening, you don't know how to act, or you think, well, like I said, you're not thinking properly in the sense because you don't know how to act and what to say because you have guilty knowledge. So you might do things that are abnormal because of the fact of guilty knowledge versus the fact of when it's normal. Now, Janie is a cranky pants anyway. I mean, she could very well have said that regardless, right? Knowing Janie, to be honest with you. But like I said, that to me is why it's like, if I have guilty knowledge and someone says like, something to me, and of course I have guilty knowledge of it, chances are it's going to be hard for me to lie because I'm not a good liar when it comes to trying to bullshit. And so I'll probably stumble and mumble or say something like, well, what do you need to see in here for? Right? Type of idea. So that's probably perhaps, Janie's thing. Because to me, if one person knows what happened, they all know what happened. Why? Because of, well, the vehicle and everything, like the vehicle leaving the property approximately 4 times. Again, this is all allegedly, right? It's not like the police have put out there that there's 4 trips. In fact, they've put out there that it basically, although 2 people reported, there's nothing to back that up. There's no camera footage. There's no, besides Justin and Brad, telling us, but there's no camera footage to back that up, or else that would be a different story. So you just, try to take out what you believe is true. But anyways, okay. So I'll make this bigger just so we can see. And again, thank you, Taryn, for joining us. Okay, so Durwood, Darren says to Charmaine, I've had enough of your stupidity. That's righteous there, Darren. And lies. Right now, I'm waiting for an RCMP officer to file an official complaint after you openly accused me of crimes attached to Jack and Lily Sullivan for slander, defamation, cyber harassment, and any other charges that will apply. Like I've tried to get the RCMP to solve the children's disappearance. Well, that's like one flew over the fucking cuckoo's nest, isn't it? I don't think that Darren obviously understands what slander and defamation and shit is on there. But yet they've been slandering the Brooks family left, right, and center. But anyways, disappearance, I will again try to get them to do their jobs and prosecute you for your lies. Your stupidity and self-entitlement is disgusting. Well, honestly, this is just a big reflection of Durwood's stupidity. And it's, I think he needs to look into the mirror at some self-reflection going on. So, of course, Charmaine says, do you know what slander, defamation, cyber harassment is? Check your own Facebook posts. You complete donkey. Have fun. Thanks for the views. Oh my God. That is so righteous, isn't it? To be honest with you. I mean, come on. Who he's always slandering me, saying that I'm slandering. You know, this is Derwin. Like this is just reminds me of that old man that gets angry very fast, especially if you don't agree with him. He's got the mouth of a sailor. He's been trashing people all day long, basically belittling the RCMP every chance he gets to basically call them donkeys and idiots and morons and basically everything underneath the sun. Meanwhile, you guys, if you guys want to know the truth, you probably might want to check in with Derwood about exactly what happened to Jack and Lily. And because obviously he's not a donkey and he's the smartest person probably in this room right now, probably watching that I'm putting this up there. But anyways, and yes, he does make it too easy. So, Derwood, you should probably step down a little bit, try to control some of your anger issues going on there, and understand what you're saying before you post it and look like a fool and stuff like that. So good fight on that one. I really don't get into Derwood stuff too much because honestly, it's like I can't even take him seriously. But I still believe, regardless, that in his brain, in his wise brain, that he believes that he knows the truth, and I can guarantee you that it's 100%, 1,000% ironclad that he knows where Jack and Lily is, and yet he does. And the RCMP are such donkeys that they're clueless, and that he has all the answers. And if they would just listen to him, and even Daniel, when Daniel speaks too, we're trying to tell them, like, you need to look in this direction, right, Haley, who planted the blanket? Hello. That's how stupid Daniel looked on the news when he was like, I know 100% that they're alive. You notice how that changed a little bit after, because he's like daring that way. They sit there and they come out with this 100% no stuff. And then all of a sudden when he's on DT, Daniel says, but basically, well, I believe that they are, and I, hope that they are, and stuff like that. And it's like, wait, what happened to the 100% that you know for sure that they're alive? Where's the proof of life, right? So it's just unthinkable to think that these people have outsmarted the RCMP. And well, you have a liar and you have someone who believes he thinks that that's the truth. And yet it's it's like what? It's like donkeys leading donkeys in this particular case when it comes to Daniel and Darren on this one. And and no offense, right, but again, I'm just one of those ones. I keep it real. I know there's people out there that want to believe in that and stuff like that, working to find answers themselves. And hey, you know what, so to those people that are doing that, I mean, you got nothing better to do right now. I mean, we're waiting for people to solve what happened to Jack and Lily. So if you got time on your hands, go investigate the whole 30K drug trafficking, sex trafficking, hidden theory, reserve theory, not on a reserve theory, but taken and stuff like that. But, I mean, again, if you got nothing better to do tomorrow or tonight, just go ahead and deep dive that all. And then come back and use common sense about the reality of this all. And it's just so ridiculous to think that they have the answers and our PNC are just dumb wits, dimwits. They didn't go to get their probably masters in education. Wasted time. Not when you got Daniel and Derwood at your side. Fuck it. Bring his pick back. The one, you created Micmac. Oh, Micmac, that one's buried somewhere. Honestly, I'm not really sure where that one is. I didn't create it, by the way. No. Somebody else created it. You're talking about the one with the I love the RCMP on it. Someone else put a big KFC bucket on one picture. There was like 4 pictures. So I didn't create that. Somebody else did, and they sent it, and it made me laugh because Derwood's always putting the RCMP down, But isn't that crazy though? just going to say this. Isn't it crazy that someone literally puts the RCMP down like all the time and yet wants to go to them to, you know, take care of the business that they should? I find that quite, you know, ironic, don't you? Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Melissa. Just comical. And the thing is that it's not comical. It's Jack and Lily that are missing. But, you know, this ridiculousness, you know, and whatever. It's just, like, you know what I mean? If there was some solid basis to these claims at all, something, right? Something to show it, right? But there's not. And Kent will tell you that, well, there's nothing to show. Again, no. Statistics show that the most Occam's razor is the straightest point to the truth. And cut out, and then, because things always do this, they start off like this, and then everyone starts conspiracy theorying, and all these different things start coming into it. Next thing you know, it's off in planet orbit. And this one has definitely gone to planet orbit, you know, and stuff like that. But you know, show something then. Back up anything that you have, right? Mr. Ironclad, Mr. I know where the kids are, right? But I'm not going to tell the RCMP, you know, that person. But then you want to use the RCMP to your advantage, even though you obviously don't know what defamation and all that means and stuff like that. I mean,
he reminds me of the people in America that are like, defund the police, defund the police.
I know.
Oh, wait a minute, I need to call 911. So-and-so blinked at me weird and I didn't like it. So it's like, how's he going to degrade and talk bad about the RCMP and then be like, oh, well, now I'm going to call him because your maid hurt my feelings because she's telling the truth and has receipts to back it up.
McMack, I'm not sure which one you're talking about, the bar one. And honestly, it would be buried so deep in my thing. That, like, seriously, I got my C drive's a complete mess. I tried to organize it a little bit, but then I keep taking screenshots, and then my files are like 10 feet down on stuff like that. And I'd probably show it just for the sake of it, but I just know it's buried somewhere. And yeah, in the new year,
little porch there on the front, we went in through that door.
Maybe I'll become better at organizing.
Right into the kitchen area. The table's right across from the door. The living room is off to the right. There's a wood stove. It's not quite in the middle of the living room floor, but it juts out in the living room floor a fair bit. Recyclables were everywhere. Piled up bags everywhere. The counters were so full, you couldn't pick out any one thing because it was.
I remember, Melissa, she was cleaning all day on the Thursday, right? Remember?
More than once.
Yeah, more than once. And Daniel suddenly was supposed to be cleaning as well, but she doesn't know what the heck he was doing, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah. So the next day, obviously, no chairs, you know, Daniel, the way Daniel portrays it, like nothing was moved. Everything was perfect, you know. So, you know, obviously that's odd. And that must be why Malaya's family, somebody crept in and took Jack and Lily. I shit on that.
Really piled up with a lot of stuff. She was totally, a good way to put it was she looked totally lost. She had Meadow on her hip. She was holding Meadow, and she looked totally lost. When I got inside the trailer and after I had hugged Malaya, I mean, I took to crying. Now, I didn't notice because I wasn't watching, but my sister stated that she noticed Malaya wasn't crying at all. She didn't have any tears, that she was very non-emotional. Right away, she thanked me for coming. And I noticed that her grandmother, Patty, was there. She was sitting on the couch. And I asked Malaya if she'd heard anything yet. Did they find anything yet? And she said no. I said, who are the ones outside? And she told me that was Janie Daniel's mom, and that was Justin, Daniel's brother. I asked if those were the doors that the children went out, and she said yes, and she opened and closed them to show me how quiet they were, which I did find a little strange.
So let's talk about that right there. That she actually got up to show her, you know, about how silent they were and stuff like that. Strike you as odd, like it did Belinda? I'm telling you, when something strikes you as odd, and I was gonna say, I'll just quickly say this. Belinda is a very wise person, and I know that me and Belinda are like so much on the same page that it's almost like having the same brain waves and stuff like that. Sometimes she'll send me a message, and yet my thought was already thinking the same thing and stuff like that. Belinda is very wise. She is by no means a fool to what's going on here, or what her thoughts are. And so if Belinda finds something strange, I'll tell you right now, it's because it's strange. So if Belinda felt those vibes, I'm telling you, it's because it would be like, then I believe absolutely. If Belinda felt that weirdness, right? Same thing, you know, probably some of you guys would have felt perhaps to that, you know, like, here, let me just show you exactly how it went. You know, let me just make sure that you understand that the door. Now, I know that Belinda thinks that the door was quieter, and whereas most of us hearing it when Allie's opening it, that it's a lot louder and stuff like that. Oh, hi, Shenanigans. I think you were doing a live with Daphne earlier. I only caught like 2 minutes. And then I was getting ready to do a thumbnail for my own on there. But anyways, hope your live went well. That's my husband, if you hear that weird noise coming out of the background. But anyways, so yeah. So if Belinda deemed it as strange, it's because it will, you know, like I said, that there would have been some meaning to, honestly, her having that feeling. And I know Belinda's wise. So yeah, like, you know, this is for sure where they went out.
For me, yes, it's strange because it's almost as if they're saying, look, this is why you should believe our story. Like they're trying to, you know how somebody will say, well, so-and-so said this, and we pull up the receipt to prove what was said, or, you know, Belinda said this, or so-and-so said that. We pull up the receipts. And that's almost what, in my opinion, Daniel and Malaya were doing, and even Janie. But you know, when Janie's talking about the door, when she did, and the reporter opened the door, the reporter said, this is the door Jack and Lily could have come out of. And Janie corrected her. This is the door that they came out of. How do you know?
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's just like they're trying to cover their own tracks and prove what they're saying, even though what they're saying makes absolutely no sense to the general public.
Right. You know, and that, to me, this just goes along with Daniel trying to portray something, you know, the reason for the inconsistencies about the front door, you know, about Daniel, you know, going around trying to get in, and he had to rip it open, and, you know, them talking about the wrench and stuff like that, you know, on top of, and blah, 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 blah. You know, all these, just these weird inconsistencies, even about the lock on the door when Lily came in, and yet Daniel's sleeping, right, Malaya? Daniel's sleeping. And again, all this is just reminding me that bullshit. And what happened to Jack and Lily? You know, again, I don't believe that we're going to get the truth out of them until something happens in the case. And this is just, of course, allegedly, but you guys know how I feel about these actions not matching two people being genuinely concerned about Jack and Lily's welfare. And it's like, and okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Malaya's, right? Because a lot of people, you know, people act different ways and stuff like that. But I'm sorry. Again, I think Malaya's actions are matching the fact that she knows, hence why she left the next day and got the F off the property to get away from Daniel, even though I think that they're both culpable of what happened to Jack and Lily, and again, being a cover-up. But, you know, Malaya's actions and after the fact are matching that of someone that seems to know. So again, you know, this is just my opinion, but you're acting a certain way. And I think that the reality is that Malaya knows what happened to Jack and Lily. Of course, she doesn't know what to do or how to act or, what to be like. She's probably, not doing much of anything, because when you know the truth, how do you act properly? Right. So the less you say, in a sense, or like I said, you come off seeming like you're maybe in a state of shock, but really aren't. You might be shocked about what happened, of the fact of what you know about, but it's again, it's just kind of like her interview, her leaving. It's just all these things that to me point to having knowledge, and then you don't know how to act. And so because Malaya is more soft spoken, like Belinda's trying to give her like that leeway of saying, well, she is soft spoken, so maybe this is just her, like how she is naturally, where most people are like, hand your kid over to somebody else, and you'd think that you'd be searching hard for those kids and stuff like that, but we really don't hear anything about that. So what do you think about Malaya? How would you take Malaya's lack of emotions and stuff going on during this particular day, and that she said no crying?
I mean, I guess some of it could have been shock, but in my heart of hearts and in my opinion, she knew, and she was keeping quiet because she knew she couldn't keep the lies or the up, or that the people that were there could have said, you're lying, and we can tell, because a lot of times, our parents, our close friends, they can tell when we're lying. And so I don't know. I'm conflicted as to why she was quiet. I don't know. There's a couple of reasons. I think she's by all means lying.
Yeah. I think with Malaya, it's a combo. Is that I don't believe that this was an intended. To me, this is like an accident. I don't think that there was intent to harm these children, is my opinion, right? So I do believe, yes, she's in shock. She's, probably they've been up all freaking ass night and, trying to do cleanup and plan and, figure out what to do and tell a story and stuff like that. Because again, when you're in panic mode, you can do stupid shit. But I think that her lack of trying to look for Jack and Lily and her lack of emotions are a combination of both, of the not meaning for this to happen, but also, when you don't know how to really act because they're not true emotions. And then we go into the next day of the interview, and that interview, most of us, know that interview is strange. It's weird. It's projecting that the children keep talking, that they talk so much. They, people are starting to think that someone came by and took them and stuff like that. And meanwhile, Daniel's saying, and I'm a big idiot because I was running in and out of the woods because Malaya said that that's where they went and blah, 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 blah. Even they couldn't get that stuff straight, right? But anyways, so it's just like in that interview, I don't care what anyone says on that one. That interview bugs me because it's not hearing the words about my children, Jack and Lily. She's not saying, she's not projecting this urgency to ask people for help. She's just like, well, I mean, it could have happened. Well, like who the fuck still says that? Well, you know what? It was rainy and wet today, yesterday, but today the sun's out. So I just hope that they're warm. Who says that? Who says that? I'll tell you who says that. Somebody that has knowledge. Because why would you ever say that I hope that they're warm? Warm down under fucking ground? In the woods somewhere? Warm in a fucking bucket somewhere in the water? Whoever would make that statement, wouldn't you say something like, I really hope that we get Jack and Lily back today? When do you go, yes, you know what? Thank you, son. Thank you for coming out. Just hope Jack and Lily are warm. Like, why would, I don't care. Like nobody said, no normal thinking person says that unless you're full of shit and you're trying to, like, and you're not thinking because you don't know how to lie properly. But I just, the sun's out, you know, my brain's working overtime trying to think of all my freaking lies I gotta sit here and say and keep up with it. But I just hope that they're warm. That sentence, I know people
Yeah,
like
so
to,
many things she said like that. Like she hopes they're
full of
warm,
sorrow.
or everybody's full of sorrow, or
Well,
it was one of the worst nights. One of the worst nights. Wait a minute. So what was the
right.
worst night? Your children just magically disappearing isn't the worst night. So what is the worst night? Because to me, that would have been the worst
The
night,
worst
not
night.
one of
Yeah.
the worst nights. Like everything she said just bugged me.
Well, you know, what always bugs me too, and maybe it's just how it's worded, but in the documents where Cindy comes and she's like, I told you they had autism. Oh, I guess they're in the water then. I guess they just ran away. Like, because the way it's worded in the documents, it's like the first thing that's almost being said is, you know, I told you that they had autism. Well, you told us that they talk a lot and were probably abducted. You know, Daniel said, you know, stop, you know, like put people at New Brunswick border, you know, blah, 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 blah. Again, there was nothing to say Jack and Lily's name at all or the projection. So again, for me personally, I'm just looking straight down the barrel in a sense. And I'm like, no, this isn't fucking normal. This isn't what people say. I literally watched a full ass interview of somebody projecting that our kids talk a lot and have possible autism, couldn't say their names. And they're saying that it's a warm day. And I hope that, you know, I hope that they're warm today instead of, I hope that my children are found and, you know, all that stuff. It's just pain and sorrow. The reason why everyone's in such pain and sorrow, well, apparently you weren't. Apparently you weren't projecting any pain and sorrow. You know, like even as she's talking, it's more of a, as if she's trying to hold it in. Well, again, like where's the pain and sorrow coming from, Malaya? The fact that you already know what happened and that's the reason why you ended up leaving that day because of your own culpability as well. But yet you wanted to get away from that relationship with Daniel because your life was fucked up for quite a long time, wasn't it, Malaya? Right? But you stayed in it. No matter what, you stayed in it regardless, you know, until what? So again, was it one of those things where the children was given medication and that they did OD? That's why I can see why Malaya would not talk. She's not talking with RCMP. They give her little updates like they do in a sense, I think, with Daniel and whatever. But it's not one of those things where she's working behind the scenes going, you know, working with RCMP. Like I said, do you not think that the family would know this? Why do you think that the family are getting frustrated with Malaya and this whole bullshit of what's going on? Why is it that people are saying, like, why isn't she searching? Why is she, you know, worried about more about a relationship of stuff like that? Probably because she's trying to block the whole fucking thing out and trying to move forward with Meadow because, you know, you can't fix it if two children have passed on. But again, I just think that there's a reason why a mother would not go to the RCMP if this was just fully something on Daniel. And I think that there's a good possibility that, you know, Malaya and both Daniel are just very culpable of, you know, but it would be, in this case, it would be a matter of like who, if it was something to do with medication and, you know, overdosing in them or right, then obviously it would be, well, who gave it? Did Malaya have pills? And she was just trying to give her kids something to calm them down. They were hyper. She just wanted to go to sleep. It was a long day and stuff like that. So could be. But to me, there's always something there that sits in my head about why Malaya wouldn't do certain actions. And I keep searching for it. And I think that that's probably the closest thing that I can find that is fluent to the ear and a reason why Malaya wouldn't have said anything, because she is either culpable or just as culpable as Daniel. But it could very well be that Malay is the culpable one and Daniel's just literally trying to act like the hero and savior because of his love for Malay and whatever. And then she bolts on his ass, but he's like, he can try to pretend like fuck Malay and fuck this and whatever. But at the end of the day, I call bullshit on that with Daniel on there. He's projected nothing. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your sentence, and then I'll.
No, I was good actually. I was done there.
So Marie said, when my son went missing, it was raining, and I kept thinking, oh my God, he's probably so cold. To me, it makes sense. Not the sorrow part, though. And I agree, Marie. I agree with you to an extent because I've had a missing child myself. I agree to the extent of if that would have been the only thing she said, then that would not have stuck out as weird. It is what else she said about the sorrow, about one of the worst days, mixed with the I hope they're warm. That is what made that stick out to me. If that would have been the only thing she said, it probably wouldn't have stuck out. It's the culmination of everything else that she said that made it stick out and weird, in my opinion.
And I agree, right? If it would have just been that the children are cold, but normally you'd follow that up by I just want my children home and, you know, da-da-da-da. But when she added that whole warm statement, it literally like was a red bleeping red flag because it doesn't make sense for children that are missing to say that I hope that they're warm because the sun's out. I hope that they're warm today. You would sit there and say, you know, like, you know, the sun's out. I really hope Jack and Lily are found today. It's a lot warmer, just something along those lines. But it stuck out like a sore thumb because of that wording to it. So I absolutely agree with that for sure. Okay, let me play some more here.
I asked her around what time she seen them, and she said she never seen them since Thursday night when she put them to bed.
I'll stop at that one. Should have played it a little extra. So bingo boingo on that one, okay? She literally said that she hadn't seen them, right? On Friday, but hadn't seen them since Thursday, right? Again, the oddities of that. Malaya has never stated anywhere about seeing them besides in the court documents. Even when I asked her that question about hearing them, right? She's like, yes, I heard them between. She never said, I saw Lily once and, you know, but I heard them playing. It was just, I heard them. So again, this is to me is again, part of the cover, like part of the cover up story about that Lily came in the room, you know, type of thing. And then she's claiming I saw once, you know, Daniel's saying 3 times, but hold on, Malaya, Daniel's out sleeping like a freaking light, right? 7 sheets to the wind there and stuff like that. So again, there's nothing that matches besides in the statement of that to match anything else about Malaya saying that she saw Lily. So I deem that as untruthful because there's more to show for by all her wordage that she didn't see Lily. Besides, she obviously, when you give a statement, you're kind of like held to your words that you're saying, right? But anyways, thank you very much. So that one, I don't believe, well, again, this goes with the whole timeline thing, but whatever.
I asked her what time she thought they got up, and she said between 8 and 8:30. But she said she didn't see them. She heard them out in the other room playing. She never said what room. She just said she heard them out in the room playing, and she drifted off to sleep. And when she woke up again, she didn't hear nothing, and she realized that the place was just too quiet. So they got up and they searched. She said they searched the house, they searched the yard, and then I think she said Daniel went off in the truck to search. So I asked her, I said, we're here to search. So you know your kids. You're the mom. Moms know their kids. You know what takes their interest, where they like to go around the yard, where you have to get after them all the time. And she said they always like to play up by their fort. So I told her we would start up there. So we headed out, and that's where we started. I never met Daniel that day. She told me that he was out searching. He's been searching since they've been gone. The dog barked from the time we entered the property. It just became background noise. It never stopped barking. Right away, it was hitting me that there's just no way these kids would be in these woods. It was just like a jungle. We went up through the woods. We made it to a field in the back, and we combed the woods beyond that. And then we seen all these wood roads going, these old pathways going. So we were up there for about an hour, and we headed back down. And I went back into the trailer, and Malaya had Meadow cradled on her hip, and there was a couple of groups of people, but I wasn't paying any attention to the people at that point. So I don't know who they were. And she was going to different groups, talking with people. Malaya was totally off. At first, I thought it was shock. But when I come home Saturday night, and I kept thinking about her behavior because it was very odd to me.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're
just again, right? Nothing about, I saw Lily in the morning, but what happened was I woke up and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oops, did you forget the part about you saw Lily that morning? Because Daniel mentions it because he stuck to the story. But all she says was that she heard them, right? Nothing about so it's just those inconsistencies in it all. And like I said, even in this main interview, nothing about that. This whole interview just bugs me regardless.
They're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and
that's a lie right there, right?
Bullshit.
Right. I mean, lie right there. Again, to me, at the time that I heard this, I was like, oh, aren't you projecting like that you're always out there watching Jack and Lily bullshit, right? And then when she talked to me like months later there, right? And she said that that the kids, when they would get out, that Janie would typically always give her a phone call in the morning, but that morning she didn't. So that means that you weren't always there supervised. There was so many contradictories to this, but that's her trying to obviously portray like, you know what, we're always watching them. But this day in particular, they just happened to get out. This day, Janie just happened to stay home. This day, it's just all of, like I said, somebody that's trying to make it seem like, good parent here, good parenting. Just some strange, weird thing happened to the kids and something possessed them to open up the back door. And that not only was the back door opened up, but it was also closed. And Daniel, he said, like when he was talking on Drunk Turkey Show, he had said that, in order to close the door, that both Jack and Lily have to, right, put their hands on it and slide it. Can you imagine two kids, of course, going outside themselves, opening the door and not closing it, which they typically did because they were always getting in trouble for never closing the door. But this particular day that they disappear, they not only opened the door, but they took the time to actually close it, right? And then, of course, we have Daniel in his deep sleep and Malaya, who was trying to make a phone call that would have to get out of bed at 8:28. Janie, that's talking to her brother Ron at 8:48. Suddenly, they're in such a deep sleep that they don't hear, because obviously this would have happened before this time, that they would have snuck out. They would have put their booties on, put the knapsack on, skittled on outside, and then went over to the swing set there and then started, laughing and swinging. And that Janie all of a sudden becomes alert and blah, 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 blah. Again, two people, all this claiming that they're sleeping shit and yet not asleep. How is it possible? Like, I think Charmaine said this, well, how is it possible that this phone call happens? Malaya has to be out of bed. She doesn't check on these children, so she hears them. She says that Lily, right, that she saw Lily and that that Lily came in the room at 8:20. During this interview, she doesn't say shit all about Lily, just that she heard the kids, right? And again, at this point in time, Malaya has it that Daniel's still sleeping, that he slept from 6:17 and 18 when the kids were called in all the way to 9:40, right? And yet, again, so Daniel, right, he's in such a not deep sleep because he already said that, Malaya pulls Meadow into the bedroom because the children are being loud. At first he says about Lily that he tells her to shush, da-da-da-da-da. Next thing you know, he didn't say anything. Next thing you know, we hear about a lock on the door, and the reason that woke him up, that Daniel woke up, was because of Lily rattling the lock on the door and stuff like that. Like, come on. At what point do we just, that every step we're talking about is just complete and utter bullshit, right? He's not in a deep sleep. Malaya's barely getting up to make a phone call, doesn't go check on Jack and Lily, right? Considering that they're sick, right? No, but instead, okay. And the reason why this is all like this is because it's a bunch of bullshit, right? It's just a bunch of projected lies to get us to believe that they have no involvement in the disappearance of Jack and Lily, and why there's so many inconsistencies and why things don't make sense, and I can take you the whole way through inconsistent, 2 times here, 3 times there, 4 times here, 5 times here, 2 times here, 1 time here, exactly throughout the whole thing. But again, if it doesn't ring truthful to the ear, it's because it's a bunch of BS being fed to us, right? So again, and there's something, I'm sorry, Ron, but you're on my radar, dude, for having knowledge here as well. There's something about this interjecting Ron into all of this that's really bugging me, and about Brad talking about a different vehicle, and about this vehicle like belonging to that property over there, of Margaret's, this vehicle and stuff like that. And the reason why were they at Ron's house? Why was the RCMP at Ron's house, right? But again, they're just projecting like, yeah, they were just up at Ron's down the road there. Well, what for? Why? They're not going to tell you the exact why part, but they're going to try to make it seem like, yeah, I know that, like, they're just, they're on the wrong path here. People, look elsewhere. Like, nothing to do, nothing to see. Right? So whose vehicle came back? Like, what vehicle would have come back, in a sense? Who knows? All I know is that this whole stuff, and then to throw in about the 8:48 talks to her, whatever, Ron, for like 2 minutes and like 3 minutes, basically, right? But then all of a sudden, like, all of them have is amnesia from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday morning. But Janie's hell bent on saying that. And then at some point, Daniel says, well, my mom's, she's, I don't think she's actually sure, type of thing. And then they went back to sticking with that story. Right? What about the whole, like I said, Janie saying that she heard Malaya come outside with the kids and shush them. And then even Durwood says, like, I don't know why she changed her story. And it's because he's taken his information and their information, and then he, it all kind of, while Malaya's family's acting sus, Janie's like, when I came outside and Malaya was holding her thing on the hip, and, and obviously feeding him this bullshit about that she didn't see a vehicle, but Malaya's out there, and that's kind of odd. And then it derived into this whole hidden thing, right? And yet you can't even fit in a vehicle at this point, at any point, up to what they're trying to claim. So it's just like double talk. And the lies and the inconsistencies come out when people aren't being truthful. Simple as that shit. Mm-hmm.
But yet another deviation to that, and another deviation to the normal, is when the kids are outside, Janie calls and tell them, hey, they ain't got their jackets on. They don't have their boots on, this and that and the other. Well, but it just happened to be that morning. She couldn't be bothered to get up and check the kids and make sure somebody was out there with them.
Yeah.
Just so happened to be the morning that they went missing. That's normal. Any other time they would have got up.
Yeah, and Daniel always put the kids to bed, he said too. Now, Damien, they had Starlink, yes, but in order to use their Wi-Fi, they had to stand still in certain spots. So basically, you had to like stand over at the window, like for Malaya's phone, with Janie, that you had to go to basically the start of the driveway and stuff like that, right? In order to have a connection, basically, you had to be at certain parts of the property to have that connection. So even though that they had the Starlink and stuff like that, right? So I mean, bottom line is that it's a rural area. It doesn't have service properly, so they have to have Starlink, and even then, it's spotty as mofo for that information or for calling and stuff like that. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like the RCMP, they're just lacking the information. Phones are at home, right? Daniel's not even there when the RCMP come. Weird. Come on now. Weird. Janie, like this whole timeline, inclusive to Janie's wobbly leg walking up the hill and all that in 10 minutes, but yet stops to see Daniel. And then Daniel ends up leaving the car, because then all of a sudden it becomes, of course, Malaya's car and stuff like that, and Malaya, she was probably eager to get out of that relationship. But again, is this because of Malaya giving something to the children, or is it something even more sinister? But at least Malaya, perhaps, or Daniel, or both of them, having knowledge that the kids were given something that created the demise. Because I just don't feel like this was two people wanting to get rid of these kids, besides maybe knocking them out, perhaps, right? Because hyper children, and then it just went array on them. And again, I say this multiple times because it's always in my head about what excuse possibly could Malaya have for not talking or working with, or her family saying that she's only telling the same story as on the interview, pretty much. Like, what reason would that be? And then I think about Daniel saying, that she's trying to blame me for everything so she doesn't get in trouble. And he was more worried about their relationship than the kids, probably, because he doesn't, probably didn't overly, care for the kids a ton, like he's trying to claim and stuff like that, But I think that Malaya's emotions are, and this weird interview are just all derived from having the truth, and then you're just trying to bullshit your way through, at the end of the day. Crime degrees are online courses and take and then he's of course trying to be helpful with the investigation, take courses.
Happened to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
I hear it.
They were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no.
And then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack. So I jumped straight up out of bed. Silence is never a good thing when you have kids, because they're getting into something.
And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. It's just...
Yeah, so we all know that whole story changed, and then Daniel tried to retract that and say, you know what, now that I think about it, I actually think it was Malaya that got up, or the one that woke up. And then he went on DT to say that, you know what, Daniel, I mean, I did think it was kind of strange or odd or whatever he said there, that, basically Malaya wakes up and with 5 seconds she's saying that the children are missing, right? Hold on. So you got to take away the fact that you said it, and then you got to take away the fact that you instantly got up. Now, don't forget, he also said that Malaya, that when they got up, that she didn't even check on the children, and that he was running around, like she was in the kitchen or whatever, and he was running around, looking for Jack and Lily, while he basically saying that he is an effing moron. While she's sitting there, standing there, and that why didn't you go into the bedroom to look at the children? Like, why are you putting that one on Malaya? Right? Again, just double talk, Well, BS, oh, wait, that doesn't work if I say it that way. So, right, let me just retract the fact that, yeah, I thought that I said it, but really, yeah, Malaya was right. She was the one that did that. Oh, by the way, DT, that's kind of strange, don't you think? That within 5 seconds, now that I think about it, it's very strange. And in 5 seconds, she said, that she doesn't hear the kids. And, could she have possibly got up? Well, I mean, anything's possible, DT. Anything's possible. I mean, but she did have metal in her arm, in their right arm or something like that it was. And, so, but, anything's possible. Yeah. And bullshit walks.
I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off.
Can you pause it there first?
They will speak to anyone in a store.
Yeah.
So she says, I instantly called 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
Right.
Well, according to Daniel Martell, you asked him if you should call 911, and he was like, well, yeah, isn't that what you should do? Well, wait a minute and let me go check in the woods first. Well, which is it?
No,
did you instantly call 911 because you knew you needed to? Did you ask Daniel Martell if you should call 911? Or did Daniel Martell told you to hold on?
Yeah, another version was when he was coming out of the woods and Malaya was on the phone. Yeah. So, again, if Malaya called 911 and stuff like that, like I said, then you start thinking about all Janie's talk about going up a hill and stuff like that. And, it only taken 10 minutes, but, but he has like 4 versions about Malaya on the phone. And like I said, always what struck me is when he was all of a sudden changed it to that he was coming out of the woods and Malaya was on the phone. And all the other times. So again, it's just, this is just time and time again, just showing how inconsistent and bullshit lies that Daniel is, because he just doesn't remember his own web of lies and know what a web we weave when we first practice to deceive. That's exactly to me what's going on here, is trying to think that, that we're idiots, and that he can just keep changing things at will. I understand a couple of mistakes or a few mistakes or things that might have been missed, but this is redonkulous how many times, right? Redonkulous there, Charmaine. High support with Stepha. How many times that the different versions keep coming out, things get added, things get taken away. Oops, no, wait, right? Didn't have the laundry. Wait, do have the laundry. Do have the laundry. Wait a second. Now I know that she did. Them saying that only the children's stuff of toys and bags were given, but no, actually a big bag was Malaya's stuff that was given as well. So again, it's this narrative of, deflect from the truth, deflect from the truth, deflect from the truth. So it doesn't matter if it's Brad, the neighbor, Justin, or whoever, it's everything is a deflection, and that there's always somebody else for why this is, happened and stuff like that. It's Haley, it's Hayden, right? It's Cheryl, it's again, just it's Brad, it's Justin. They're not lying, like they're not telling the truth. There's no vehicle that left that night, and yet they keep trying to insert Brad and stuff like that. That's why I was just like, hey, did you drive up that old road? Like, not like it mattered, but it was just like, is there truth to that? Like, why would you drive up a road? Like, what's down that road, considering it has a log in frickin' it, right? So again, it's just like, why you keep telling us this stuff, right? And but anyways, yeah, just it's exhausting keeping up with all this bullshit, but for me, it's like I've seen so much of it now that it's just gets old talking about it all the time. But by the same token, like, I'm just trying to make people understand, like this isn't how cases go when you're telling the truth. there's no way that these children were hidden and taken away in a vehicle, and that somehow Daniel and Durwood all know. No, this was somebody that believes that they were hidden, named Durwood, Dickwood, whichever. And then Daniel, of course, that works for me. I mean, he literally said, to Darren, right? Everyone's trying to say that I had something to do with. Well, why don't you guys just tell the truth then? Are they wrong? No, probably not. Absolutely not. Come on now. Again, the writing's on the wall on this. You just got to see all the inconsistencies and be like, yeah, but people are kind of trying to buy in the whole, hidden stuff. And yet they've proven nothing, right? They've proven nothing. Like, it's so ridiculous to think that a vehicle pulled up based on their timeline and Janie's dog didn't hear it, Janie didn't hear it, and somehow Malaya was freaking wise enough, right? That Malaya was wise enough somehow to, what? Have someone pull up, put Jack and Lily in the vehicle, and Daniel was only up in the woods for 30 seconds. Other than that, he was with Malaya the entire time. It's just have a couple go fuck themselves is what it is. So it's just ridiculous. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Why would you believe a liar? Why would you believe in that story that they're hidden? It was something that could have been possible at some point, and then it became that it's just the absurdity of it. Every stuff that was kept getting added to all that. Shipping containers could be in the U.S., blah, 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 blah. That Haley has the children, and stuff like that. And people doing freaking drive-bys, trying to see if she has the, and that's all because of Darren, right? And Daniel just riding with it like, yeehaw, right? As long as we divert from the truth.
Everyone, they're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now, but we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism.
Can you stop it there?
But it's not extreme autism. It's just they have.
So she said, we all just want them. How is it? Can you go back to where she was talking? And she said, we're all filled with pain and sorrow. I hope they're warm. And then she said, I forget exactly how she said it, but we just want them found or something like that.
It's still uncertain.
We just thought maybe that we found tracks.
It's been raining and they're probably
I'll
soaking
I'll
wet,
tell you when
but
to
with
stop.
the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home.
There.
Right. Uh-huh.
We're filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. Wouldn't it have been we're all filled with worry? We just want them found. Pain and sorrow says, they're not coming back, in my opinion. So for me, the way she worded that, and maybe chat thinks I'm wrong here. Maybe you think I'm wrong. But for me, she said, we're all filled with pain and sorrow because we want them found. Not we're all filled with pain and sorrow because they're missing. Understandable. Or we're all filled with worry because we want them found. Acceptable. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found is weird.
Yeah. Well, again, right. You would say like, we're all just so worried and want the kids found, right. So I agree. Like, to me, that's just like one of the ones that a lot of people picked out, but I just felt like the whole interview was just red flag city on everything. But the one that stuck out to me the most was about the warm comment, because it was so ridiculous. But the whole interview to me is ridiculous. Absolutely sorrow they're not coming back. And that's exactly how Belinda felt. Like, if a mother could leave the property the next day, right? Then how she just felt defeated after that. Like, well, honestly, like, if a mother could do that, she must know the answer. And that's why I agree. They absolutely do know the answer on this. 1 second. Someone's asking if I can show the map of the boot prints pipeline. Well, like, I mean, like, according to Daniel, it's basically right about here that these child footprints were found. I don't know if those have anything to do. They could, but I don't know. I do find it weird that one of the boots that they went to Walmart, and it matches the size of Lily's, and yet Malaya can't remember her own freaking kid's boot size, and right, says 13 when it was like size 11. Like, how do you get that? How do you not know your kid's boot size? I can understand maybe like 9 to 10.
And she had just bought them.
Eh?
And she had just bought them. So
right.
Maybe not knowing if you had bought them months before, right? You could have forgot. But she had just bought them because they still had the receipt, and they took that receipt to Walmart to confirm the SKU, the SKU number matched, and that SKU number matches a size 11. So it's not just that she forgot. It's that she forgot and she had just bought them.
Yeah. I guess that's what the person wanted me to show there. 1 second here. Share screen. Back to this. And again, right, like, in my head, I think that that the nighttime driving was, a lot of it was trying to plant and deceive. And people say, like, oh, the pink blanket means nothing. Really? That's all I gotta say. Really? Right, Daniel? Means nothing? All right. Again, I wasn't born off a turnip truck. That blanket absolutely meant something. And again, about why lying is happening about the cover up to me of Jack and Lily absolutely means something. I'll just say that. Sunny, if Daniel dropped them on the road right at the pipeline and they walked that way and kept going, explain Daniel out searching. Well, first of all, I do not believe that he dropped them off at the road near the pipeline and stuff like that. If anything, it would be planted evidence being, planted. Now, I'm not going to tell you who found that, actually, but I will say that Daniel out searching, again, this is just about smoke and mirrors. That's all it's about, is smoke and mirrors. And this is, like I said, let's put stuff this way, but really the truth is here, but let's misdirect. And then you got, Durwood coming into the picture and stuff like that, adding to the manure pile in a sense. But yeah, it got people talking. I won't take that away from Durwood, because he pissed people off enough to keep blaming, the Brooks family and stuff like that, that people were coming out of the woodwork all because he was pissing them off. So, Patriot Girl, RCMP said the blanket was planted. Just to ask you, Patriot Girl, are you talking about when Daniel said that they told him that the blanket was planted? Is that what you're referring to? Seems like she was planning this since she went home and got some or something. I don't think it was planned. I really don't myself. Again, we're all just waiting for answers for Jack and Lily. Where the truth lies amongst the web of lies, don't know, right? Hi, the Canadian Cat Lady. We need to be factual. Apparently that video of Malaya went further and she was falling apart, literally. We need to, that video of Malaya went further. She was falling apart, literally. No, not that I ever heard Susie Q on that one. Are you talking about because it's like edited and stuff like that? Right? I mean, at least 4 or 5 people have said that her emotions were very lackluster, and thereof her emotions afterwards, including by her own family, have set a different side to this, grieving, mother of 2 missing children on that one. So I'm going to have to disagree about if I feel like Malaya was broken down bawling in all of this. I believe that Malaya loves her children, but I also believe that there's 2 people, 3, covering their asses to protect, one for her son, the other for Meadow and themselves.
Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism.
Yeah, her emotions are still
just
lackluster.
they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful.
There's a chance, Marie, of course.
But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them. I miss them.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone.
The day after the children went missing, that Saturday of May 3rd, there was an argument at the home between Malaya's family members and some of Daniel's family members. One of Malaya's family members hurled an accusation that Daniel had something to do with the children's disappearance. And this stemmed from discussion about meth use in the home.
And there was drugs. Drugs was involved, and that's what fueled the family altercation in the driveway. And I'll be the one to say that because I got so freaking mad after this was found out, because then I said to him, that's exactly why you're acting the way you are, running around like a madman, acting like you're doing everything and everybody's just sitting back, like relaxing. Like nobody was, but nobody was running around like a chicken with their head cut off because we weren't on drugs. Do you know what I mean? But that's what the altercation was, because I was like, I confronted his family. It was actually me. And I said, what the hell, guys? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is that involved? My sister broke down and she admitted that he's been on it for 2 years. Yeah, that was just as Malaya was going down to the press conference. Yeah. So Malaya broke at the end of the driveway. She was crying and I was like, what's going on? And she wouldn't talk. And I looked at her and I said, now's the time to talk. Like, you fucking talking. Like, what's going on? And she broke down, and that's what it came about, that he was doing that. And yeah, so they all got very, very mad the next.
1 second. Can you look for Tiger Girl's comment there? My husband's just knocking on the door here. 1 second.
Yeah, let me grab.
Say what time it's at, if you could. Somebody. 1 second.
Okay, so it was at 11:11, and I seen it earlier. She said the bus driver's wife has been questioned 2 or 3 times about her letting her son off to go for a pee and back on the ATV, and that's the fact. I don't know for a fact that she's been questioned 2 or 3 times. I do know that she had her child out there, but I don't know that she's been questioned 2 or 3 times. That I know about. Anyway, that was at 11:11. So I mean, I would assume that because I would assume they would say something to her, but for me, and I've said it before, in what brain do you say, let me go look for missing kids and let me take my child with me to look for missing kids? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that?
What was the thing? Sorry. What
Well,
was
she
the
said
question?
at 11:11, Tiger Girl said that the bus driver's wife had been questioned 2 or 3 times for essentially letting her 2 or 3 times about her letting her son off to go for a pee and back on the ATV, and that's a fact. And I don't know that it's a fact for her being questioned 2 or 3 times. What I do know is her child was out there with her. But again, like I said, in what brain do you say, as a responsible parent, let me go look for these 2 missing kids? Great, good for you, please do. But in the same time, say, well, let me go ahead and take my small child with me, because the child wasn't very old. He was, school age, but he was still a young kid. So why would you take your child with you to go look for missing kids? And even if you did, why would you let that child off the ATV to go pee in the first place?
Yeah.
Stand on the back of the ATV and piss off the back of it. Because I'll be damned if you're going to get down, they're going to see your boot prints and it's going to destroy something. Piss off the back of the ATV. But why would you even put your child in that situation anyway, to take them on a search to look for missing kids?
That was Shelby that did. She's the one that brought her kids. Child or whatever it was, a child.
I mean, I don't know her name, but I think that was very irresponsible to bring your children on a search for a missing child.
Absolutely. People were trying to blame Haley, and Haley took her kid, I think, to her mom's or something like that. But anyways, same idea. Like, why would you bring your child to search for 2 missing children? But just, some people just don't think sometimes. And, obviously, again, if it comes down to, finding prints and stuff like that, that's gonna, of course, it's going to ruin a few things. It's going to put in some false footprints out there, let alone you just don't take children to stuff like that. That's
well,
let's just
say that this case goes to court, right? And they've got Daniel and Malaya up on, whatever charges. It gives them well, we didn't hurt them. There was a boot print found. You gave them, if it was your child that left the boot print, you gave them the opportunity to use that and say, well, it wasn't us. There was a boot print found. It calls you into court to say, well, it wasn't my kid's boot print. It was Lily or Jack. I mean, you've got to think ahead about these things. And it, like I said, to me, very irresponsible to do so, because you've handed them a way out.
Right. Yeah. And just quickly, Marie Antoinette, Janie had made a comment. Oh, like she wasn't sure. And then she made a comment about Haley. So I'm saying this. Haley did not take her son to the search that day. Her son was being babysat, and she would never, she said, take her son to something where 2 children are missing, because again, that would be common sense. Now, Shelby is the one that brought her child, but Janie, like she has said, misspoke and said that. So I want to be very clear on that again, because it's about the bullshit that people try to, or things that are said and then they get believed. But at the end of the day, no, it was not Haley that brought her son to the search that day. And this isn't, So just so I'm saying this to Marie, and I'm saying it to everybody, right? Just to clear that up. I heard Janie make that comment, I think, on the Drunk Turkey show, and it was not true, because I even went back to Haley, who I already know said that she didn't bring her son, just to reiterate that you didn't, right? And that's when she was like, no, I didn't bring my son. Why would I do something like that? But anyways, Sunny, you find out anything on the doll? All of a sudden it's a hush hush. The doll thing, the thing about the doll as well is that because the doll, okay, this is right by again, I don't take this stuff lightly, meaning I'm not here to listen to bullshit Facebook crap and bunch of speculation of bullshit. When I talk to people, it's people that either were there, their family members, and people that can actually at least get the best answers that we can. So as for the doll, what I was told was that the doll was not in with the toys, but that the doll could still be in the trailer. But that's all what I heard about the doll. So we don't know if Lily supposedly had this doll, but it's just that it's not with the toys that Malaya received. One second. My cat's wanting to get out. One sec.
Okay, so I had to scroll up to see here where Sonny was talking about.
Well, no, it's just
So,
asking
yeah,
about
I
the
mean,
doll.
yeah, I mean, it's could be. Your key word there is could be, because like Sonny said, it could still be in the trailer. It could be with Lily. It could have gotten thrown away. It could have been mixed up with Daniel's kids and stuff. There's a
Right.
bunch of, it's never
So-
been said that it definitely was taken by Lily.
Right. And like, so unless someone perhaps comes across this doll or whatever, and I was shown a picture of it. I think it was what was the name of it? High something
Monster
doll.
High.
Monster High
Monster
doll or
High.
something like that. Other than that, right. So unless someone comes across this doll somewhat freaking, perhaps planted in the woods, it just, we don't know the answer to that one for ourselves, right? So somebody might have an answer to where the doll is. Daniel, maybe it's still in the trailer. Who knows? To that. Okay, I'm gonna hit play again. My husband's ordering dinner.
And they all kind of said, you know what, we already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that? Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way?
Mm-hmm.
Daniel told me about the fight on the first day I met him, and I also learned that his mother, Janie McKenzie, kicked Malaya's family members off the property.
Sounds
Haley, must have heard Haley on
Haley Mackenzie.
She goes, "You get out of my fucking yard." That's what the Danny come right up there. "You get out of my fucking yard! Don't you accuse my fucking son of..."
After that point, at a briefing, a police update that Daniel and Malaya attended together, Malaya left the briefing in tears.
So that says it was around supper time when the officers pointed out on the maps where searchers had been. Suddenly, Malaya said she wasn't feeling well. She walked out with Meadow on her hip. I bet you, of course, you're not going to be feeling well, especially if you know the truth. Let's see. In the back of the ambulance, Malaya sobbed uncontrollably. Her mother, registered nurse Cindy Murray, at her side. Daniel pleaded with Malaya to speak to her alone, but her mother stepped in front of him. I know we heard more about that story, that like Daniel told her to fuck off, and I think he actually pushed her or something like that. Put his arm on her and basically pushed her back, like, get the fuck out of here. I remember hearing that. I just can't remember where. Like, it wasn't a rumor and stuff like that. It was from somebody within the family there. But anyways, I just can't remember where. I just remember that because we were all kind of going, what the fuck? Like, really? And right. And this became about Daniel's kind of controlling, abusive personality.
And when Daniel tried to speak to her alone, her mother would not let him. And that there was also an altercation there that resulted in Malaya leaving with her mother, cutting off contact with Daniel, and the two have broken up. She's changed her Facebook status to single, and she has not come back to the community.
Yeah, just before Malaya had left. Malaya played. Yeah, just before Malaya had left.
The two have broken.
Why don't you read that part where it said the woman hustled to Cindy's car, strapped in Meadow, and sped off down the road. I love you, Daniel called out to his child through the rolled up back window. Globe and Mail.
She's changed her Facebook status to single, and she has not come back to the community.
Yeah, just before Malaya had left. Malaya planned to, the baby was going to go with Logan. There was a lot of kind of give me the baby, I'm taking the baby, and then, oh, you can come too. And it was kind of Malaya, I spoke to her and I was like, why don't you go with your mom? She wasn't made to go with her mom. As her sister, I could see what was right and what was wrong in that moment.
When I got there, I said, do you want me to stay with the baby? You can go look. She goes, I'm going to stay with the baby. Okay, so whatever. So I went looking. So that was the next thing, was when she was told that the baby had to leave the residence. She's exactly told she did not have to leave the residence. They just wanted the baby off from the residence. That's this whole scenario isn't something a kid should be a part of. So the baby was going to come to my house. So she's never been apart from the baby. Never. She's Meadow. So I said, you're more than welcome to come too. If not, I am comfortable. I have 3 kids of my own. Like Malaya, I can take care of this kid. I can take care of the baby, no problem. So first the baby, it was just going to be the baby, and then she decided she was going to come with me. So, but then something changed, and we were at the briefing. Her mother said something to her, and then I had to take everything out of my car and put it in her mother's car. And like I said, she had this whole plan, she was going to drive her car into my house, and she was going to, and then the plan changed. Oh, I'm going to take the car to my mother's, I'm going with my mother. Well, she didn't even come back for the car. The search and rescue had her car towed to wherever she was because they left the car. That's how much of a hurry that was to leave.
And they were trying to persuade her to stay with the baby. And I told her that she really needs to sit and think what's best for her and the baby at this time. And she ended up going with her mom. And that was willingly. It was nobody talking her in to go. I'm just you have a home. You'll be treated right. There will be food. There will be love. You know what I mean?
So to know that he got home to go contact her, that he was blocked and deleted, was a complete and utter shock.
Sunday, I didn't go searching. That my niece and friends of hers, they're hikers, so they stated they would go for me. So they went Sunday. Then Monday, my sister and I decided, well, we were going to go back. So we had my nephew, and he had a 4-wheel machine because we wanted to take the trails back further towards the pipeline. And like I said, there's trails that go everywhere through there. So we started searching right away. And when we were done with that search, I come back out and they stayed out by the road, and I started to walk in because I wanted to let Malaya know that we were searching to see if she had any more information. And that's when I had met Logan. That when I walked into the driveway and I said hi to them, and Justin was really upset. He was crying. Daniel was out talking to reporters at the end of the driveway. And Justin was really, really upset. So right away, I was thinking they must have got some kind of bad news. So when I walked up close, right away, Logan said, "Who are you? And what do you want?" And I just told her, I said, "Don't get mosey with me." I said, I'm the grandmother on the biological father's side. And right away, she apologized. She apologized profusely. And then she proceeded to tell me that Malaya left on Saturday. Basically, yeah, Logan just filled me in on how Malaya had left, that they don't know what's going on. She was all set to go to her place, and Cindy said something to her. They don't know what it is, but Cindy said something to her, and just like that, Malaya up and left. And she said she took her Facebook down. And that kind of surprised me. So later on that night, I checked, and yes, I found out that she had taken her Facebook down, and she wasn't responding to me at all. So I called a friend, and I got her to check Malaya's Facebook, and she stated that the Facebook's down, but she'll reach out through Messenger. I was also blocked on Messenger with Malaya. So she reached out and Malaya reached back, and Malaya's words were, I think I had sent them to you, that if Belinda wants to know that me and Meadow are safe, and if Belinda wants to know anything about her grandchildren, she can contact the RCMP. The Malaya I knew would never word it like that.
Yeah.
So I assume maybe Cindy was the one that sent that message.
How old is Malaya?
Malaya is 27, I believe.
And Daniel's 30.
32, I believe.
So is it
Like,
Malaya
I'm
or is
surprised
it
that
Malaya's mom that has access to the little one right now?
The baby, Meadow is in custody of her mother. Like Malaya has custody of Meadow at the moment.
And has Daniel had the opportunity since this has happened to visit Meadow?
No.
So who's preventing them is it Malaya that's preventing them from doing that?
From what I understand, it's Children's Aid.
I don't understand why they wouldn't allow Daniel access.
I don't understand why, if this is a case.
Malaya has the baby.
Exactly.
She made allegations of domestic abuse. But even then, you have to go to family court, and he should be allowed at minimal right now supervised access.
But when I did try to call Malaya afterwards, like on that Sunday, to check on Meadow and to check on her, she answered. And as soon as she answered, what I got was, I said, "How is Meadow?" She goes, "Meadow is fine." And then I hear in the background, "Who are you talking to? Hang that phone up." So then when I called back the next time, because I'm very persistent, I'm going to call the next day, my number was blocked. So, little trick on your phone, if you're blocked, you can private your number and it will still go through.
I'll stop it there for a second because obviously, like I said, Durwood, he's trying to talk to Malaya. He's trying to talk to, and then he figures like he's been defeated. Then he tries to talk with Cindy. I remember Durwood saying that he believes that Malaya was in the background and probably was. And she's like basically saying, you know what, Malaya's basically like a grown-ass adult. She can deal with her own shit and stuff like that. So, something along those lines anyway. So again, Durwood's trying to get answers, and this is where I'm thinking like, wow, why isn't the grandmother like, it's almost like, right? Like there's nothing we're hearing about this. It's almost like trying to protect Malaya or something. And, and I get that because, Jack and Lily are missing. I don't think at all that, Cindy at this point is like, oh, is it possible my daughter and Daniel? Well, you're right. She's probably thinking, if anything, Daniel, but, has anything to do with it and stuff like that. But again, the way Malaya acting and stuff like that, as time is going on, it's deemed as strange. It's deemed as weird, by family members. Like she's basically avoiding talking about Jack and Lily. And then you got the grandmother, Cindy, who's trying to like block people and doesn't, it's like basically like, don't call her again, type of thing. Don't want to hear any more of your bullshit and stuff like that, pretty much to Darren. And then, so he thinks that's strange. So I don't blame him because it was strange, right? You would think that it would be right out in the forefront, but all we're hearing is that, well, we're told not to talk to social media. And then it was just always radio silent, right? But again, to me, a mother knows her child, and she knows when she's acting strange, acting different and stuff like that. And I think by Wade's comment alone, that obviously him and Cindy would be talking. And when he says, they should all of them be locked up and this and that, bunch of liars and da-da-da-da-da. Again, right? Cindy just is not this social media person, but you were expecting perhaps, just to a call out for people to help look for Jack and Lily. So I understand why Durwood would feel like they got something to hide. Right. And that's kind of where a lot of this derived, along with Daniel's information and this whole thing was. And then, Janie saying, oh, yeah, ever since talking to Darren, now I just get it. Oh, do you, Janie? What about the vehicles coming and going, and blah, 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 blah. But anyways, so this is where I do believe that, Durwood was setting out to try to find answers, Tonto coming in on the horse and stuff like that. And next thing you know, between that information and Daniel's information, this whole hidden thing arrived. And I don't blame the fact that the weirdness of Malaya's actions, her family's actions, were strange, because everything was coming from the Martell side, Mackenzie side, really. And then, we seen Haley come up. We saw Cheryl come up on Hidden in the Fog, who was, this was the one right here with Hidden in the Fog, and we saw, a few things. Now, when Haley was on Hidden in the Fog, you could tell she wanted to be known that like Daniel, like kind of like cut the shit, Logan, which is Daniel's cousin, who Daniel always spends his time, like Logan's always over there and he's always spending his time with his Uncle Ron, right? And Taylor had said that as well to me, that basically, he's always at his Uncle Ron's and stuff like that. So, because of the insertion and all this, it does make me question Ron and the knowledge that he does, and plus the Kia Rio and stuff like that, why RCMP was over at Ron's place. Like you can't help but try to sit there and go 2 + 2 + 2 + 2. It doesn't equal knowledge of Jack and Lily. And, are you the person that had the vehicle that came back and, with a different sound than the rest of them, the loud, no muffler vehicle. But anyways, so that does get a little confusing, with that whole thing, because apparently there was supposed to be a vehicle at, Earl's place that was Daniel's vehicle was there and stuff like that, and blah, 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 blah. So how does DM able to stream? Shemaine, you tell them. Afterward on there, and like I said, so Haley was wanting it to be known about the drugs, and Cheryl was talking about, the railing, about the piece of the cloth that was found in the tree and whatever that was like on the railing. And to me, that knowledge would have come from Malaya, and maybe with again, maybe it was something as part of the story that they kind of, fucked up on, and who knows, right? But anyways, but there is something I do want to say, because you guys remember the picture, right, with the water heater, and then there was this device, and apparently it was some sort of plasma lighter. And then when Haley had sent me that picture, she also pointed out these dirty keys. Oh, one sec. Husband's here with my food. Okay. But anyways, I should really find that picture, to be honest with you. So anyways, so Haley's the one that sent me the picture, right? And she's the one that pointed out about those keys in the bathroom. And Daniel had the audacity and stupidity to say that those keys belong to Haley. And I'm just like, wait, what? Haley's the one that sent me the picture. Haley's the one that pointed out the keys. And don't you think she would fucking know what her own keys look like? And here she is taking a picture going, those keys, like they're dirty. Like, do you know what those keys are for? Don't you think that Haley would know her own ass keys? Right? And everything. But Daniel, again, always trying to insert Haley in all of this, once again, tries to blame Haley as if she doesn't know her own damn keys. That's his mentality. And, I guess that might go with the whole DT show thing, when Daniel said, like, to DT, like, that there was 2 sets of keys, right? Like, I went in the house, to grab the keys or whatever off the end table, but that there's 2 sets of keys, right? And stuff like, what do you mean? Haley's keys? The ones that she obviously didn't know were her keys, but suddenly become her keys. Again, right? It's just ridiculous shit like that. Okay? Bold ass lie. He knows damn right that they're freaking not Haley's keys. Haley would know her own damn keys, but it's just the stupidity of the lies and stuff like that.
True. So I did call, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to see who would answer the phone. Her mother answered the phone, and she went Malaya's phone, so I did not talk, and I just hung up the phone because I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere.
Her mother has told CBC News the RCMP told them not to speak with news reporters. The RCMP said it just advised people to be mindful of the information they share.
Some of it I have to read because there's no things to it. Malaya provided 3 more statements to RCMP on the May 3rd, 4th, and 9th. She handed over her phone on May 6th. Okay, that's the date. And took a polygraph on May 12th.
Like, again, I said, I don't really want to touch on anything to do with Malaya and what her future plans are.
Everything's touch and go. The subject is very touchy for family. Malaya's trying to live somewhat of a normal life. She shouldn't be expected to sit in the house and be miserable. She can have a life too, right? We don't know what happened. I only know from what I was told. I obviously wasn't there when the kids went missing, but she deserves to not be ridiculed as well, right?
Yep.
So I'm not sticking up for anybody in this situation. I know as much as everybody else about what had happened. So I'm not sticking up for anybody in this situation. I know as much as everybody else about what had happened.
Oh my God, I was reading that being muted. Okay. Malaya says that she has not spoken with Daniel since May 3rd, 2025. She said she blocked him and has not opened his Snapchat messages. Okay, I've been the only one there for them, Daniel sobbed in an interview after Malaya left. She can't control them. Only I can. They act out whatever she's there. She's always gets me to calm them down or get them to stop fighting or feed them or get them up and put them to bed every night. Not that night. Not Thursday night. Can't even decide what time the children went to bed. Probably because they didn't. She was asking me to do
Not
everything.
only not Thursday night.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Not only not did he not put them to bed on Thursday night, but he didn't put them to bed on Thursday night when she was already overwhelmed, according to her.
Right. But he was outside with Reiki Janie. Uh-huh. You know, looking for his tools. Wouldn't you just need a hammer and some nails? You know, but whatever. Again, I just call BS on it. Again, anything to kind of like, as time has gone on, to, like I said, talk about things. Try to add to the timeline and interjects things like, oh, I forgot to say this. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, right. You know, I was making a pool for the kids and shit like that. Right? No, well, there was no freaking pool last there, Jenny. She was asking me to do everything. It just breaks my heart not to ever see everybody. What does that mean? She was asking me to do everything. It just breaks my heart not to ever see everybody. I guess he's referring to like everyone. He can't see anybody. I mean, Daniel's the one that put out there that that the CPS or whatever talked to his other 2 kids, and that they said that they were like being abused by Jack and Lily, or were being abused or something like that. I'd have to go back to that thing, but it was something like that.
It doesn't get any easier. I mean, 1 month has passed.
You're lying.
At the vigil, Martell didn't know what to expect, but people came. Strangers stood silent, held candles, and left messages. The children's mother didn't attend the vigil.
Your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't attack Malaya, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on her daughter. So I don't want anyone attacking Malaya anymore.
This one says, by June 15th, Malaya was describing Daniel as controlling, writing to Belinda, I never wanted to stay there. Belinda wrote back saying she wished Malaya would have reached out. We would have done what we could do to help. On June 19th, the Nova Scotia government offered a reward of $150,000 for information about Lily and Jack. The reward amount was dependent on the investigative value of the information. Nobody's claimed that. Around the same time, June 17th, 18th, and 20th, Malaya's grandma's cousin, Darren Geddes, called into the channel Dolly Vision. Well, he did. Well, I think he's wrong on those dates there, because it's certainly well, maybe. But no, I think there was only the one day at first, and then there was another one. Anyways, who cares? Bottom line is he did call into Dolly Vision.
Malaya just took the baby and ran from where she was supposed to be staying at her mother's house under full supervision. She took the baby and ran, and she supposedly ran to the reservation in Shubenacadie. That's going to break some things because she broke the CPS contract of being fully supervised there. And her mother was there and resisted her running, and she went against her mother and everybody and ran by herself.
When she was on the run with Meadow, fled to the reserve when she wasn't being supervised. Darren called me and said Malaya's unsupervised. So then I called Malaya's phone from my aunt's phone because I was at my uncle's at the time. Used my aunt's phone. I called Malaya's phone. Malaya picked up, and I could tell from the background that she was in a moving vehicle. So Darren was correct on that. And so then I called major crimes investigators, and I said, Malaya's on the run with Meadow. And they said, there's nothing we can do, Daniel. You got to call CPS for that.
Were you going to say something there?
Yeah, he says, I called Malaya because Darren calls him and tells him that Malaya's on the run, right? So he calls from his aunt's phone because he was at his aunt's house.
Aunt Margaret.
No, you called from your aunt's phone because you were blocked. Let's be honest.
Right. Absolutely. And is that what you wanted to say there?
That's all I wanted to say.
Troy called CPS, but they were already closed. And it was actually Cindy, her own mother, which called CPS on Malaya, which had Meadow removed.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And so...
So that's something new that the public probably doesn't know.
And what ended up resulting? What happened? Did CPS find her, pick her up?
CPS went to...
Now, what Malaya had said to me was that basically she went to the reserve or whatever with Wade, and I guess Wade wasn't on the list anymore, and she doesn't know why. So basically, it was like she broke the contract. So she was going to the reservation to get help. And then that's kind of when we hear about, well, that it was Cindy. And I don't know the truth there or not, but could be possibly for sure that Cindy, ended up calling and basically saying, oh, Malaya broke a contract. Probably because I believe if it was Cindy, she was doing what was in the best interest of the child. And Malaya was off. I wouldn't say running because obviously she's with Wade. But anyways, Meadow ends up getting, taken away and put into the CPS custody.
I will say, Sonny, if
along with RCMP, I do believe
if CPS had a safety plan in place and it says, okay, for you to keep Meadow, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And X, Y, and Z is you have to be at your mother's house. You can't be alone with Meadow. You can't take Meadow off, right?
Right.
If that was the case, and generally it is, I know I had safety plans when I was a foster parent. I had safety plans for the boys. I had to have them supervised. They could only be with so many people.
That was the case, though.
And if you break that safety plan, CPS can then come back on you for breaking that safety plan because you have to sign it. You have to essentially say, yes, I will follow these rules. And if I don't, you can come back on me. So if that were the case, then Cindy has to call CPS and say, okay, she broke the safety plan. And if Cindy already had suspicions at that point, whether or not she was with Wade or not, maybe that was her only chance to be alone, to call CPS. And that was her get out of jail free card, so to say, of, okay, I can call CPS and have Meadow removed and make sure she's safe. And this is my excuse as to why I can do it. So it wouldn't surprise me that Cindy is the one that called, or why she called in that matter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Even though Malaya said she was with Wade, which is Cindy's partner. Right? Kind of seems a little odd.
Well, even if that's the case, if he's not on the safety plan and he's not the one that had to sign the safety plan,
right,
then it doesn't matter if that's grandma's partner or not. Like I said, even if she was with Wade, that means maybe Cindy was alone and could call CPS and say, okay, she left with Wade. She's not here and she took Meadow with her. And she's already got suspicions that maybe Malaya did something to the kids. And so that was like her get out jail free card, so to say, of being able to call and get Meadow away from her. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
And yeah, and honestly, when it comes to all that stuff, it gets a little muddy and not exactly sure where the truth lies on that. Bottom line is that Meadow was taken away and given to CPS because she broke her, contract or whatever you call it, stipulations.
And they actually took Meadow out of her care while she was at Henry's.
Gotcha.
Well, she was at Henry's.
And Meadow's been in CPS with CPS since?
She's in foster care.
Gotcha. And are there any, is there an end result in that? Do you guys think that she'll be in foster care for much longer?
Not sure at the moment. I mean, there's so many moving parts in this, Daniel. I'm not sure, especially with Jack and Lily being missing in that case, because they're Malaya's children. CPS it has them included into the court case. Like they have them included in the court case because it's involuntary, right? Because she's a mother of them. She's connected to Meadow, so they're automatically seen in the court case.
I believe a member of the family heard what I was saying when I was stirring shit up and notified Malaya, and Malaya broke and ran.
One sec, I gotta go back to that part.
The mother of Lily and Jack Sullivan.
RCMP said Darren was confrontational and evasive to the questions asked of him. Wanted police to provide him with information about the investigation. He became upset when his questions were not answered. One sec. And then there was a letter read by Matt.
The mother of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who have been missing for over 5 months, released a statement, a written.
I don't think I'm going to bother with that piece right there, because I believe if we're going to talk about the letter, it should be from the person that read the letter from the live that night on this one, and which was, I guess it was Angela that read that letter type of thing. But, he used, I guess, Matt the Boldo or whatever it was for that. But you guys know about the letter and stuff like that. So now we are coming up to the 5-hour mark, so we're going to be leaving here in just a minute on this stuff. But regardless, I just wanted to bring up about the, what if, and about Brad Wong. I was going to call him Dan. Brad Wong and the timeline of the 4 different trips and the approximate times and that information, and the 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. I was wolfing back like a chicken burger that my husband brought me from Nando's on there. He was like, I'm having Nando's. And then he comes back and he's like, it's fucking cold out there. No snow though. No snow. Just getting colder. But anyways, so out of that, again, I wanted to go through this, talk about some of those things that were said in here. I truly suggest that, listening to Wade's video, there's like so many tidbits in there about information of stuff like that, right? People are saying, well, where's the proof about Daniel? Well, again, if Malaya is coming out of Malaya's mouth and stuff like that, bottom line, there's, probably a lot more shit on here, but at the end of the day, for myself, my personal theory is absolutely there's family involvement. And when you're lying and being deceptive and you're trying to cover up tracks, the inconsistencies just come out of the woodwork. And this case is just full of them. And yeah, and about the hidden thing, yeah, no, okay. Melissa, what did you want to say? Anything?
No, not really.
Okay, you got your
Just
document.
hopefully
You
these
got
babies
that?
are found.
Did you drop your document? At all? I've
I
dropped
can
it a couple
again.
times. I can
I
do
know
it if
I've
you.
dropped it every several minutes. I can drop it. It doesn't.
What if I beat you? Uh-oh, I beat you. Not hidden, just kept away from the CPS. Yeah. He wasn't only Cindy.
Isn't that essentially the same thing?
What?
Not hidden, just kept away from CPS. Isn't that essentially the same thing?
Yeah. Both should be on the list, not just Cindy. Again, the whole CPS stuff, like I said, I don't know enough about how that all works myself and, breaking the rules and stuff like that, besides Melissa kind of talking about it. All I know is that there's CPS reports and what happened to Jack and Lily. Were these children let down? Yes, obviously, because there's obviously a lot of knowledge of stuff at school, missing days, all that stuff. Again, Daniel's the one that constantly is so stupid and gives us so much information. But yeah, he's not really talking right now. That's just a matter of time for Daniel, right? He's such a narcissist that he'll come back regardless. Honestly, he spent 10 months, 7 months, bullshitting us, probably time to take a break there, and then we go back to the plans and then, come out with more bullshit to add about Jack and Lily is kind of how I see it. Malaya, like I said, keep living your life, Malaya, as if you don't have 2 missing children, but the truth will come back and it will boomerang. And when it does, again, let the cards fall where they may. And to me, this is just about lies and deception. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys for being here. If you haven't hit that like and share for Jack and Lily, please do so. Again, happy, I guess tomorrow, Sunday, I have to work tomorrow. 8 to 4 is tomorrow, and then I'm 9 to 3, 9:30 to 5:30 is the rest of the week. But anyway, so I'll just do lives as I can, and stuff like that. But we're, like I said, it's 3 days now before it's actually the 7-month mark for Jack and Lily. So keep saying your prayers and keep praying for answers, and that's the best that we can just keep hoping for at this point in time. Bring awareness and stuff like that. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate that. Very sad.
Yeah, just hopefully the kids are found soon. It's
I know. It's just, usually for a while there's a set of hope, right? But every month that goes by, that hope dwindles and stuff like that, and then it gets frustrating, and it's upsetting for a lot of people. This case, right? It's impacted a lot of people. But again, thank you, Belinda. And then Hunter S. True Crime. If you guys, again, he's the one that compiled this video. I just kind of want to do a little bit of a react on it, and talk about some of the information on there. Writing is on the wall, and don't eat yellow snow. If you have snow, don't eat yellow snow. Yeah. Anyways, you guys, prayers and hugs for Jack and Lily. And thank you guys all for being here. So with that being said, I'm just going to play out the tribute video for Jack and Lily on there. And
in the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way.
Night, Wolfie.
Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong, searching deep where they belong.
Madagascar.
Through the trees and storms they roam.
My Patriot.
Wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce, they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send away.
Good night, Jermaine. Good night, Carol.
We'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love will lead the way.
Please help bring us home.